Okay, audio. We can't get audio from your end yet, like the background music. And also, like I said in the chat, the video I sent to you for today, the one that has the all and stuff, that's what we're using, not net 2025 Aqua Bomb. That's what we're using today. Thank you. I want to check Zoom audio on YouTube. So we're still not getting any feed from you, Shining Grace. And no, this thing is static over here. And also your audio, please, audio for background music, audio for mic, and the video for today.
Hello, hello, hello. All right, please, let's be seated. Let's be seated. I had mentioned we're going to be starting in 3 minutes time, and it's exactly 3 minutes time. A very good morning to you today. Welcome back to the day 2 of the National Extractive Dialogue 2025 with the theme Transitions, Divestments, and Critical Minerals, Charting a Just Future for Nigeria's Extractive Sector. That has been the theme. The conversation started yesterday, and today is another day, the second day and the last day for the dialogue. We are here to commence. I hope we had a wonderful night. Did you have a wonderful night?
Yes.
If you know you enjoyed yourself, please give yourself a round of applause. Only a few people clapping. I know some people went to eat fish, roasted fish yesterday. Are you one of them? Team roasted fish. All right. Okay, so this morning, we're going to be starting this way. We're going to be having a recap of yesterday, but we're going to be creative about it. Now, it's not Spaces of Change that is going to be doing the recap. I want us to do the recap by ourselves. So, you know Tosin very well. She's my co-compare, very pretty lady like this. You know, you can take time and admire her small. Okay, so Tosin is going to be going around with the microphone, and we just want to get 3 or 4 people to tell us one critical takeaway from yesterday. So if you know one critical takeaway from yesterday that you want to share with everybody, now is the time. That's what we're going to be recapping with this morning. So in the next 5 minutes, Tosin, you're going to be helping us. Just carry it. Please, if you're interested, you can volunteer. If not, if Tosin comes to you, you're on your own, or you must tell us one thing that stood out for you yesterday.
Should we just select randomly?
I'm telling them to volunteer. Tosi, if they don't volunteer, you have the right to go and stand in front of anybody and the person must talk. Okay, Madam Faith is here. She wants to give us one. Okay, so we'll start with Madam Faith.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So I'm starting on a very light note, and I'm sure that maybe a lot of people didn't notice. On the first panel yesterday,
Yes,
if you noticed, most of the government officials and the National Assembly people, when they were projecting them on this small screen, you will see the kind of oil that was coming out from their noses. But you see the Royal Highness that lives in the community where extraction is happening, there was no oil on his nose. And it is the reality of what is happening. Those who stay in the mining communities, in the oil and gas communities, they only see the shadow and the smoke, but they don't get the oil to appear on their noses. So that for me was something it may be very funny.
yeah.
But when you sit down and think deeply about it, it is all about the reason why we are here.
All right, please, a round of applause for her. Faith Nwadishi. You still have her. She's going to chair a panel here this morning. So you still hear more from her. But she's giving us in practical terms the reason we're here. All right, we have another volunteer who wants to tell us what stood out for them yesterday. Do we have a volunteer, or is Tosi going to come and meet you with the mic? Tosi, please just go and meet anybody you feel. Just give the person the microphone, and the person will tell us what stood out for them. Uncle, carry the microphone. Okay, we have a lady there.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Tell us your name, oh.
My name is Mary Chidima Austin Irakweme. So I'm representing Julius Berger Nigeria PLC. What I learned yesterday from the Honorable Senator Ekong He explained about the sites that are abandoned, and he also laid a complaint to the agencies that are weak, which I believe that before you start any extraction or mining, you were given a certificate to do that. And before you leave, you are also supposed to be given a satisfactory reclamation, which the body is weak and they compromise. Let me just use that word, because before any company leaves a site abandoned and become a danger to the community, the officers who are in charge, every state have environmental officers that are in charge that should satisfy them okay before they leave, but they are not doing their job because they are compromising, so they are weak. I think advice is that the government agencies who are supposed to do the needful should do the needful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for her. That was what stood out for her. Another person. Do we have a volunteer? Or okay.
Good morning, all. My name is Carol, and I'm from Crossover State. I was listening carefully to Dr. Steve Leo's goodwill message, and the assurance, one of the assurances there is that the board will continue to uphold its responsibilities. So I will soon come to you about this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. A round of applause for her too. Clapping is free. Oh, there is no money attached to clapping. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yeah, what stood out for me yesterday was that I really don't understand that the government personnel or the members of the house that came here and some other people are just trying to say that the government owns the land and the resources, but they don't own the people. In the sense that the people in the rural communities where this oil are being exploited are mainly on their own. And the government owns the land and the resources. That is one. Two is that we are not doing the things right because communities are not involved from that big issue when the agreement or negotiations or giving license to the operating companies are done. Communities are not involved. So invariably, their own interests are not protected from the starting until they exit. Everything is done with government officials and government, negotiations. So in essence, that is why their own interests are not protected from the beginning. So if you are talking of the exit of companies, it's still done in a way that communities are not involved in the exit negotiation or even abandonment of those wells. So things are not upright. They are just leaving everything to run away. So thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for him. We are clapping as if we did not eat breakfast too. Thank you. One last person who is going to be the one that will also recap for us. So many things were talked about yesterday. Is it divestment? Is it, different things? Okay, Tosi, there's someone here on the second row.
Putting me on the spot.
Oh, okay. You have someone there.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Tija Bolton Akpan. What stood out for me yesterday is what appears to be the incapacitation of our legislators. So yesterday we had two in the room, but their words and their body language suggested to me that they are powerless. And it's quite disturbing. We had the Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act, we had the PIA, and these legislators were involved in the development of these laws. However, we find that they're throwing their hands up in the air in despair. All they were saying, they just suggested that nothing is really happening from their side by way of solid enforcement, oversight, of the implementation of these laws. A very recent case in point, which I was discussing with the person seated next to me yesterday, is the divestment. So the House of Representatives actually kicked against a particular divestment. In fact, they called for a moratorium on every divestment until substantive socio-ecological issues are addressed. But the president went ahead to approve the divestment despite the objection of the regulator and the National Assembly. That flies in the face of everything decent about democracy. And that also tells us that it's either the legislature has been captured and the regulators have been captured, or they do not actually know why they are there to do the job they have been saddled with. So it's a very depressing one for me, but that's what stood out for me yesterday.
All right, a round of applause for him. Thank you so much. I think because of our time, that's the much we can take so that we can start officially. And once again, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Just turn to your neighbor and say, you're looking good. Abi, are you not feeling good? I mean, we can actually do a catwalking modeling thing because Spaces for Change. I love this. Please, a round of applause for Spaces of. If you think you're looking fine today, give Spaces of Change a round of applause. Okay, this is a breath of fresh air and color. Tosin, don't you think so? Why are you sitting down? Come here now. Oh, you're not looking colorful this morning.
No, I agree. You look really good too.
And amazing.
Yes.
All
You look
right.
as regal as possible.
So this is Tosin. She's my co-compare. I know you know her, but I'm actually, bringing your attention to the fact that this is Tosin. I hope you know why. Okay. And at this point, Tosin, what's the next thing that we're going to be doing today?
Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, because of time, we're just going to be heading straight into the first panel session of the day. We can't look at divestments and the critical transition minerals and the energy transition discourse without actually looking at the climate change aspect of our discussions. So to lead or moderate today's first panel session, titled Imo State's Climate Change Policy, a Blueprint for Subnational Climate Action. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage Barrister Chitachi Louis Ude, the Senior Legal Officer of Spaces for Change. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for her. We can do better than this.
Yes, let's keep clapping till she comes. And see how she's walking gracefully, smiling. I love this smile. It's $1 million smile. She's going to call up her panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I hope we are good this morning. And so before we delve into the panel 3 of the discussion today, which is Imo State's Climate Change Policy, a Blueprint for Subnational Climate Action. I would love the IT to roll a video for us. Are you ready, or I should go on? Okay, while we are waiting for that, since yesterday we've been interrogating the issue around oil divestment, environmental legacies, and also Nigerian pursuit towards critical minerals for clean energy transition. And so we can't have all this discussion without bringing forward the discourse on climate change, because in one way or the other, for some of those issues that we are looking at to even happen, we need our climate to be protected. And so going forward this morning, Imo State, a state in the southeastern part of Nigeria, have gone
for climate risks. State government has developed a comprehensive climate change policy, which is now presented for public review and stakeholders' input. At a town hall meeting organized by the Imo State Ministry of Environment in collaboration with its development partner, Spaces for Change, officials emphasized that the draft policy, once finalized and passed into law, will bolster the state's efforts to combat
okay. So I'll be calling out the distinguished members of the Imo State Technical Committee on Climate Change, who are going to join me this morning to have a conversation on how Imo State came about having a unique climate change policy. We are going to have this conversation this morning with the Commissioner for Environment and Sanitation, Imo State, ably represented by Mr. Chukwuma Ihanacho, the PAMSEC of the ministry. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes up on the stage. We also have, among the panelists this morning, Professor Maurice Obasi. He is a professor of law from the University of Imo State University, Owerri. He is also a member of this committee. Please, a round of applause as he comes up to take his seat. Please, let's encourage them as they come up. We also have Ms. Blessing Abakuru, a member of living with disability in this committee. A round of applause as comes. Okay, the was not donated. A round of applause. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think the IT is ready to take our video just to give us a background information on what we're about to discuss. Thank you. Go ahead.
No audio, no audio. If you can hear us, please, no audio.
And those basic minimum requirements is what is expected to safeguard the community members. Those are the requirements that would benefit directly the community members. And so if you have that basic minimum requirements already in place, now when the community leader, even if he went to school or not, like the traditional leader was mentioned yesterday, there is something to build on. And so you are not just going to, the companies are not going to just bring what they like to you to come and sign and give you goods. You're building on something. And that is what this policy has done, which is very critical and should also be looked at even at the national level. When we are talking about signing agreements at the community level, policies should be able to provide what should be the basic minimum requirements for such agreements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for him. All right. So I'm coming back to you, our permanent secretary. We've had a lot of discussions from yesterday, and even today, I want to believe we're still going to hear more on divestment. And so as oil companies divest from onshore assets in Imo and elsewhere, because in Imo State also we have oil exploration going on and we have oil companies. So how is this policy going to help the state to prepare for the environmental and socio-economic impact of this transition? Was this factored in the formation of this policy? Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to start from the point of, when the idea of this policy was mooted, and then the formulation, and of course the community engagement processes, because that helped us to understand the realities, and we need to understand where we are to be able to chart, in a better way where we're going to. We understood from the community engagement that we had, some of these, concerns of the communities who are already living out, the process of extraction going on in their communities, like oil extraction and gas flaring and things like that. And that also helped us, in creating some form of robust mechanism in the policies to take care of, issues around divestment and decommissioning of companies, who are already operating in the state. Let me also mention that we are careful in having an inclusive document. If you remember, apart from the about 8 weeks program that was run on air, trying to engage people, the document was also sent to the NCCC and some other concerned groups, agencies, to make their input. And some of those inputs were incorporated in the formulation of this thing. So in chapter 17 of that document, deals specifically with the issues of divestment and then the commissioning process. Because of, like I said, some of the experiences we have had in the state, where companies just hand over liabilities and run away. So we wouldn't like to make the same kind of mistake, going forward, knowing also that, just like have been said here, that gas is in the energy transition process of Nigeria. Gas is, like a transition commodity, and Imo State has an abundance of gas. Like Prof said, some of the biggest gas plants are being developed, in Imo State, and we have to be prepared. So in the policy document, we try to create such mechanisms to help us, to the barest minimum, alleviate, the problems that will arise from, companies, who will be decommissioning or divesting, from the state. I think there was a deliberate decision to including the briefing, and it is already there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we clap for our permanent secretary? Okay, as we begin to round off the discussion, I think before we have our final, thoughts from each of the distinguished panelists here, we would like to take a few questions from the audience. Do we have any question? Okay, thank you. I want to believe that the conversation is well taken and will continue to let us understand some of the unique sections or provisions that was created in this policy. Like we said from the very beginning, it's not just like any other document you can find elsewhere. Imo State Technical Committee on Climate Change, in collaboration with Spaces for Change and also Ministry of Environment and Sanitation, did a great work here to ensure that every aspect of the issues being lived in Imo State was captured in this policy. And as we begin to round off this section, I would just want us, maybe in a minute, each one of us, since we have something very robust from Imo State, what do we think will be your recommendation if you are to advise any other state that is set to formulate their own climate change policy? What do you think will be your recommendation for them? Prof.
Thank you. I will advise that in creating or drafting a policy document on climate change, one, adopt or at least take a critical look at Imo State document as a standard. And in doing that, have a critical engagement of all stakeholders, from the stakeholders in terms of the government arm, agencies, the communities, the youths, the women, or all interest groups, have an engagement with them, engage in both visitations, town hall meetings, and hear from them. Visit all the locals, visit the environment where the climate change challenges are taking place, and get a feedback from them on what they think should be the way forward. And ensure that there are layers of engagement, both at the state, local government, and again at the community levels, so that everybody will be carried along. By so doing, I believe other subnationals will achieve a robust climate change policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Let's hear from you, Apamsek.
Just taking a cue from what the Prof has said, there's no need reinventing the wheel. So just to look at documents that are already in existence, relevant documents that are already in existence, and ensure, comprehensive and inclusive engagement. The Imo State Climate Change Technical Committee incorporated people from different walks of life: market people, traditional rulers, communities, academia, government people, NGOs, different walks of life, who had the mandate of their constituencies, to engage, in the development of this policy. So it should be a best practice for every other state that wants to, and engage at every strata, like we engage, local government, community, state, even the federal. We engage with the NCCCs and others, to look at our document and then pass it through levels of validation. We pass the documents through levels of validation, which eventually culminated in a statewide, town hall where everybody, was invited, people invited to come and look at the documents again, and, make the opinions. So by so doing, and again, finally, you try to identify, the critical resources or resource in your own locality and try to, adapt it to what is happening at national. For Imo State, it was gas in the transition energy plan, and we had to, find a way of trying to, incorporate it in the policy and align it with the national and the global concerns. Thank you.
2 more minutes.
Thank you. You have few seconds.
Okay, so I have a quote that said, if climate change is for all, the climate inclusivity engagement is also for all. Then there's a point I want to make that was also inclusive in the policy, was that there was a room for appointment of persons with disabilities as climate change officers in autonomous communities. And also, the policy made a provision for climate change education to get to the primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions. So I think we should give a round clap for Spaces for Change for this great impact in Imo State, because, and I'm urging everyone that is here to take this Imo State climate change policy as a blueprint to come up with something or a policy in your own state that will drive change, that will drive a climate change in your state. Thank you.
Thank you. From you, Temple.
So, from me, finally, for other states, I would say design for inclusiveness and context. Don't just copy and paste. Make sure your policies are aligned to your context. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have come to the end of the conversation. I want to thank my distinguished panelists for your thoughts and also for being with me here on the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for them. We can do better as they step up for a photograph. And while they are doing that, they have a video on climate change that is supposed to be played. I think the video is ready now. Can we have it roll?
Climate change policy.
Immediately after that, we'll be having the next presentation, and
meeting organized by the
it's a special presentation on advancing measurement, reporting and verification, satellite tracking, data transparency and environmental oversight in the extractive industry, taken by Mrs. Adeshida Margaret, Director, ICT GIS NOSRA. So immediately after should be taking that. Another round of applause for them. Well,
and today our focus would be on the Southeast. We begin in Imo State as in a bold move to establish a robust governance framework for climate resilience, the state government has developed a comprehensive climate change policy, which is now presented for public review and stakeholders' input. At a town hall meeting organized by the Imo State Ministry of Environment in collaboration with its development partner, Spaces for Change, officials emphasized that the draft policy, once finalized and passed into law, will bolster the state's efforts to combat environmental degradation, mitigate the impacts of climate change, and promote sustainable development across various sectors. Our correspondent in Imo State, Eitokwe Kute, reports from Owerri.
Environmental degradation and gully erosion to gas flaring, flooding, rising temperatures, and erratic rainfall. The effects of climate change are increasingly evident in Imo State. In alignment with Nigeria's Climate Change Act, which sets the framework for achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2060, the Imo State government has drafted a policy that is expected to serve as a legal and operational framework for climate action. During this all, our officials of the Ministry of Environment and Sanitation, representatives of Spaces for Change, civil society groups, policy experts, traditional rulers, community leaders, relevant government agencies, and concerned citizens will gather to make their voice count on the 2025 Imo State Climate Change Policy Draft.
Essence of the town hall is for citizens to get an opportunity at the drafting stage to see what the contents of the new policy would be, whether it critically addresses the needs, whether it provides solutions to their needs, and if it is not comprehensive or not, an opportunity for them to make an input, make suggestions, make recommendations. Why this process is particularly critical is because once they take it beyond this point and it gets this governor's assent, a stamp of authority, it becomes even harder to make contributions.
Imo State is one of the states in Nigeria, one of the oil-rich states that's susceptible to this. We know we have oil corporations here and oil companies here. And so when they burn fossil fuels or they flare gas, these greenhouse gases are released into the atmosphere, which is what actually causes climate change and global warming. So what the law aims to do is to build a climate resilient Imo State, basically to guide Imo State to be able to address the climate change issues that are persistent here.
For the state government, the policy represents a pivotal shift in the state's environmental governance. According to Emenike Ejikeme, Commissioner for Environment and Sanitation, the law is built on principles of sustainability, equity, and social inclusion, with a strong focus on youth, women, and marginalized populations.
Climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a present challenge that affects our livelihood, our environment, and our way of life. Rising temperature, unpredictable weather patterns, and environmental degradation has tested our resilience, particularly in our agricultural communities and urban centers. However, today we declare that Imo State will not merely adapt to those changes, but will lead the charge in addressing them with innovative, inclusiveness, and actionable solutions.
Stakeholders welcome the initiative and pledge their support towards the finalization and implementation of the policy.
In the draft law already that is being presented today is a lot of deficit in terms of the role of the educational institutions in trying to bring about the holistic nature of such an important law. That said, it will be an opportunity for Imo State to start dealing with concrete, practical environmental problems. The erosion at Idato South, the gas flaring at Ohaje Bema, and the constant farmers' header crisis that is rearing all over.
With this draft policy, which is expected to be enacted soon, Imo State is making a bold and commendable step towards climate resilience. However, achieving the intended outcomes will require sustained collaboration between the government, civil society, traditional institutions, academia, and grassroots communities. Iyitope Kute, Channels Television News.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give a huge round of applause. I think we can do better than that. It's an admirable feat. As we welcome to the stage Mrs. Adeshida Margaret, Director ICT GIS for today's special presentation. Thank you. Please a round of applause for her as she comes to the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of this extractive dialogue. Okay. I'll be making a presentation on advancing measurement, reporting, and verification, satellite tracking, data transparency, and environmental oversight in the environment sector. An overview of what MRV is. It is actually measurement, reporting, and verification. It is a global practice, and it is one we believe that Nigeria should adopt. It's not just about reporting. We need to measure, we need to report, and as government or as regulators, we need to verify what has been reported to us. A little bit of background. The extractive sector of Nigeria contributes about 85% of the export revenue and 9% of the GDP. The policy drivers, the main policy drivers are the Petroleum Industry Act, the climate commitments, and the SDG goals. So measurement would include capturing production volume, spills, and flares. We utilize satellite, we're proposing utilizing satellite and ground sensors to track emissions, pollutants, and resource usage with precision. Reporting, we should have standardized disclosures and dashboards. Implementing standardized templates and interactive dashboards for efficient data sharing with stakeholders. And verification, independent audits, remote sensing cross-checks, conducting independent audits and cross-validation, satellite versus field observation to ensure data integrity and compliance. Current MRV status in Nigeria. As of now, we have over 60% of oil wells digitally metered. I know that when this present administration came in, there was a lot of aggressive push for oil facilities to be metered. So as of now, we have about 60% of them done. Public disclosure, annual NED report, which is what the industry relies on mainly. Then you have the NMPC transparent portal. We have remote sensing adoption, which as an agency, we champion. We have 3 platforms. I will get to those ones eventually. But the one that speaks to gas was, the first one was launched in 2017. Then we have data silos, which are challenges. All organizations of government have their data, but everybody's data is residing in their own space. So agency-specific platforms with limited interoperability, that is limited ability to share or exchange data. NOSDRA as an agency was founded in 2006. We are an agency of government under the Federal Ministry of Environment. We are set up to enforce all existing law in the oil and gas industry, all existing environmental laws in the oil and gas industry. We have collaborations and partnerships with space agencies, analytical firms, and we try to collaborate a lot with NGOs. Our mission mainly is proactive environmental oversight. In recent years, we try to also incorporate a lot of use of IT and digital tools to help enhance the way we monitor the environment. So the first platform we developed, we have 3, or should I say 2.5 now, geospatial platforms. The first one, which is the oil spill monitor, was developed in 2013. This was a fallout from the issues, I think it started around 2010, when vandalization started becoming very prominent. And there were always a lot of issues and arguments between the oil industry and the communities as to who spilled, what was spilled. So the agency, with support from GIV visits, the forms, the cause of spill, the quantity of oil spilled, and the location and the environment impacted. The capabilities of the platform. It functions as an online spatial oil spill incident database that maps imputed coordinates, reveals spill splash points, and visualizes incident distribution using GIS. It is designed as an online spatial database system for archiving oil spill incidents. It enables the mapping of spill coordinates to support analysis of flashpoints and spatial or temporal trends, particularly by date or location. The outcome of this, it highlights geographical flashpoints and incident clusters, enabling targeted remediation and trend forecasting over time and space. The platform could also help to highlight issues around the integrity of pipelines, because if you see a pipeline that's had so many spill points, you know that there may be a need to look at the integrity of that pipeline. Then we have the gas flare tracker. Like I said, the first version of the gas flare tracker was developed in 2017. I'm always very proud to say we launched it at Sheraton, and a year after the bill on, what is it called now? Gas penalty was released in 2018. We always say that is a reaction to the launch of the gas flare tracker, because before then, everything was shrouded in secrecy. So when the platform was launched, I think effort had to be made to do something to show that the country was responding to the indiscriminate gas flare. So that was what eventually brought about the promulgation of the 2018 Penalty Gas Flare Act. So the gas flare tracker uses satellite emission measurements. It measures flare volume. It's a dashboard on facility by facility level. It last year's reading from us showed that we had 40% more flares than the operators reported. It is also interesting to note that usually a lot of countries use a hybrid of satellite and meters, but the trend is supposed to be that the satellite reading is lower than the metered reading. But for Nigeria, interestingly, it remains the reverse to date. So benefits of the tracker. It easily computes CO2 emission generated from flared gas over a given period in Nigeria. It calculates the monetary economic value of the gas and also the penalties that are supposed to be payable based on the 2018 Act. It estimates the power generation potential of this flared gas. It provides relevant data and information to ministries, departments, agencies of government for informed decision in areas of environmental regulation, management, and revenue generation. So our newest baby is the Nigerian methane tracker. The prototype has been fully developed. The three platforms I should mention has been in collaboration with SDN. So the Nigerian methane tracker, we've developed a prototype. This was concluded last year, June. We are still looking for funding to push forward. It is also interesting to note that our platforms over the years have continued to improve. This has a lot of plugins. It's going to include AI-generated data analysis to give more robust and efficient data level. So this is the dashboard of the methane tracker as it looks. It also has the capability for multiple data source plugin. Right now, what we have on it is the tropomy data. It is a test, but we intend to use the methane tracker data, the global methane tracker data, GHG, when we get there. We want to have multiple sources of data so that it gives us a more accurate analysis at the end of the analysis mix. So it has capabilities for high detection of a range of facilities, enhanced focus on super emitting facilities, adaptable to data plugins from multiple satellites, and full monitoring for both onshore and offshore facilities. It's supposed to be used for real-time methane monitoring. The outcome will give us refined policy responses, early warning system, calibrated satellite methane data emission. And this is also supposed to help Nigeria much in the space of climate change. So we have the stakeholder ecosystem. This is our proposal. I would be quick to say that this is not what obtains, because we have a lot of, how do we want to call it? Pushback from the industry. We are environment, we have the oil and gas industry, and there is a lot of back and forth as to who should do and what should not be done. So NOSDRA does the spill and flare monitoring and data dissemination. AUPLC is the emission regulator, the licensing body for exploration and production in the upstream. NMDPRA handles the downstream and the midstream. Then we have NED, who gives the public reporting, revenue transparency, and accountability generally around the extractive industry space. Then the civil society. We believe that the civil society should use the data we produced more. It's going to help to make the lots of Nigerians better. So we also would like them as co-reporting partners. We wouldn't like for this data to just sit there and nothing is being done with it. So key challenges, we have funding issues, which stifles innovation and integration, such adaptation of newer technologies as they evolve. We have no interagency sharing of data and cooperation of protocol guiding the use of shared data. That's something that I believe the industry needs to work on. Capacity, we have skill gaps in GIS and remote sensing analysis. And this is also a niche for data analysts, which is a global trend and very, very important skill set that is used. Then policy, no standardized MRV guideline, and there's weak enforcement. So strategy solution, we believe there should be enhanced capacity, which is training in data analytics and GIS. This should also include the NGOs, like I said. These platforms are there. The NGOs are supposed to be pressure points for government policymakers and we regulators. So utilizing this data would help to push some narratives, especially the ones that we're hoping to get as a country. So institutionalization, data sharing, that's MOUs, shared platforms, joint audits. We also believe standardized MRV protocols, unified data schemas, reporting templates. Then scale digital metering, mandate smart meters at all production points. Like I said, for now, we have about 60% coverage. We need to push for 100% coverage. Then leverage partnership, collaborate with tech firms and donors to help improve those platforms. The call for action. We need to commit to unified MRV standards and digital tools as a country. We know, like they say, data speaks, and data is very, very difficult to manipulate. If you know what to do with data, you get your truths, you get your facts, you get the direction in which you're supposed to take action. So collaboration for improved multi-agency working groups and data sharing. We need investments in funding technology, capacity building, and platform maintenance. We advocate for open data policies and independent audits. By this, we mean the companies, let me say the industry, which we merge NUPLC and NMDPRA into, have a data source. We have a data source from satellite that is completely independent of what they do. There should be a way that we marry this data and come up with averages, because that will give us a clearer and truer picture of what is happening. And monitor, track progress with quarterly MRV performance review. Okay, thank you. I'll take questions. Are there questions?
So I have a very tiny question about the first slide where you talked about 60% of oil wells in Nigeria are metered. And it means that 40% are unmetered. Do you want to shed light on why?
Like I said, I think for quite a number of years, a lot of what is done in the industry has been shrouded in secrecy. I say it with all humility, the gas flare tracker really changed a lot of narratives in the industry. I know this current assembly immediately was inaugurated, had a committee. The first committee it set up in the House of Rep was on gas flare data from the industry. So that pushed the industry. As of the time they started, I think they were less than maybe 30, 40%. But like I said, this administration has made it a policy to ensure that all facilities are metered. So we're actually seeing a lot of progress. That one, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you, Ma. That was a very good presentation. I remain Comrade Cynthia. Right, I'm a community woman. You know, you talked about tracking and the gas flare. And in your course of presentation, you said we should follow the data. I want to ask how the community woman can be able to track that data, and how often NOSRA engage with communities, at least to make them understand the process of tracking data. Community woman, when you know things, how they happen.
Thank you for your question. I put up the slide, the stakeholder ecosystem. And in the stakeholder ecosystem, there's this place for civil societies and NGO. We are a government body. We have the data is online. I also spoke sometime in the course of my presentation about the need for data analysis specialists. So my own take is you have NGOs, you have civil societies. They are supposed to be pressure groups. So the data is available. As government, if you come to us, we can give you the data. We can give you the, what is it called, an analysis of the data, but the pressure cannot come from us. That's the honest truth. That's why I said they have this is what I put up. It has to be a cooperation between everybody. Everybody is a stakeholder. So we would really, really love a situation where NGOs and civil societies take up this data and use it to push for the narratives that they want.
Okay, my name is Helen. The question here is, host community actively involved in validating remediation that has been done properly before a settled law is allowed to exist?
I didn't get your question.
Okay, are host community actively involved in validating in remediation process before a particular settler is allowed to exist?
Before a particular?
Before settler is allowed to exist.
Settlement.
But that's the oil company.
Remediation.
Yeah.
Can exit.
Yes.
Okay. In the 7-point framework put up by NUPRC, that is supposed to be part of the consideration. Community engagement, community involvement. It is one of the 7 key points that NUPRC has put up for decommissioning and divestment. But like I mentioned yesterday, I think we need to give some of these things time. Not time as in we wait, we leave things to continue to happen. That's why I said maybe we suspend some of the aspects of this divestment until we have enough time to take some of the proper processes to ensure that things are done properly.
All right. Madam, I want to ask, I think last year, August, by next month it's going to be 1 year. We had this huge oil spillage in Ibnom. NOSRA actually came, they were involved. But at the end of the day, they just came around, did nothing, they left. Today, we've not heard anything about that report. In fact, at some point, they told us that they were distracted. So I don't know who distracted who. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Tosin, please, can you help me give the mic to my colleague? I won't speak for the zone. We have a zone in Uyo because we try to have footprints where oil exploration and production is taking place. So let him speak, please. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for your question. Thank you for bringing up. My name is Engineer Melvis Odobo. I'm the zonal head of North Uyo Zonal Office. The spill incident you mentioned happened, yes, sometime in August last year. Now, there was release of oil in that Ibuno, and 2 officers were sent to immediately go to check it out, and in less than 24 hours, they were there. We saw the hydrocarbon materials that were on the shoreline. What we did was immediately we picked samples, and when you say we did nothing, it is not correct, because what happened was we needed to do an investigation to know where the oil came from. All the operators around that area, those with proximate locations around there, nobody owned up that they had any process upset. So what did we do? We went to collect samples from all the locations around that area, and we did fingerprinting analysis. And up until now, we do not have any match. And that is a scientific process. So the question was, where did this material come from? We have been asking questions, and up till now, the question was, we were wondering if this is actually crude oil, because there's also a possibility that yes, this material may have been something from elsewhere. Secondly, it may also have been maybe spent oil. We do not know. And so, as a matter of fact, what we did was, with the fingerprinting analysis being inconclusive, we still have not been able to put a finger on where that material came from. I keep using oil, but the truth is, it is a hydrocarbon material. We do not know whether it is crude oil or not. But so far, what we have done, to say we didn't do anything is wrong, because all the operators around that area, we collected samples from all of them, and none of them match the sample we got on the field. But I just want to also say to everyone, please, let's be more vigilant, because there are certain things that could happen in our communities, especially things like artisanal refining. And the question I always ask people is, have people ever thought about what happens to the waste materials from artisanal refining? Because if you have 100 barrels of crude oil and you process it through artisanal refining, you cannot have 100% diesel or PMS. So which means the remnants will be disposed of. Where do they put them? Have we thought about that? Because it's also possible that some people are doing things and they are using those waste materials and dumping them in our environment, and we're looking for who to blame. So we need to be more vigilant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ma, for your presentation. My name is...
Finish your question.
Okay. Thank you, Ma, for your presentation. My name is Mfonotin. I'm the coordinator of Healthy, working in the extractive communities. You did mention of CSO trying to utilize the data, owning it, and making sure that they utilize the data very well. My question is, how are we sure about this data that you are talking about? Because I feel that if we want to be very transparent in what we are doing, the community people should be involved in the data process, and even the CSO, to be sure that we are getting the right data, not just coming to give us any data to work with. So how authentic is your data? That is my question.
Okay. During my presentation, I mentioned that the source of data is from satellites. And it is a globally accepted technology and practice. There are satellites in the space that measure flare emissions. Our own baseline for the gas flare tracker, because people have asked us, how do we know it's not heat from bushfire, blah, blah, blah. Our own lower meniscus for measurement, it captures from 1,400 kelvins. That's why I said that there is no way scientifically that the meter data should be lower than the flare data, because we have done some extrapolations and assumptions to take out false readings. And in taking out false readings, we would definitely have taken out some real readings, but it is better to do that than to have overbloated figures. So it is a global practice. You use both the satellite, and a lot of countries use both the satellite and the meters to get their readings. So what we are saying is, as an agency with support from funders and SDN, we have provided you the satellite data, or we are providing you the satellite data. You can use this to engage the communities in the operators in your environment to say, okay, we want to see your flare volume. Let's compare it. That's what we're saying.
So can I go on? Okay, thank you so much. Your presentation is an excellent one.
Thank you.
I just have two things to say. One is that there is, or there was, a blowout somewhere in Ondo State that is called the Ororo oil well, which is still burning. It happened May 2020, and the fire is still raging today. Why is it raging on, and why has our country not been able to arrest that fire? That's number one. Number two, the young man, my good friend, has again pointed fingers, as he should, that when you do Igbo fire, you do illegal refining, and you take 1 gallon, you take 100 gallons, you won't get 100 gallons of diesel. So you are going to release the rest into the environment and pollute the environment. As a matter of fact, the artisan refiners are polluting the environment. There's no doubt about it. But are we not aware that because there isn't diesel or there isn't petrol, in fact, there is not one filling station in the whole of Brass LGA, not one filling station in the whole of Nembe LGA, not one filling station in the whole of Southern Ijaw LGA. In most of the LGAs in Bayelsa State, not one filling station. And if you leave the metropolis and you go into the creeks of the Niger Delta, there are no filling stations. So you can collect oil, put pipelines between my legs, put pipeline in my farm, put every oil installation everywhere. And yet I have to buy petroleum products at the highest costs or prices in the universe. So since the refinery stopped working some years ago, the Nigerian state has created scarcity of petroleum products. And so these artisanal refineries, as a result of that, we will know that if today petroleum products are everywhere, artisan refining would stop. So rather than the supernatant or whatever that comes out of refining, we can solve this problem today if petroleum products are made available in Nigeria. So that is what I think we should focus on, than to go and tell someone who has taken something, his eyes are not seeing, and he will even ask you, if I stop this thing, I go chop now. What do you go chop now if I stop this thing? Okay, so he has been reduced to a subhuman level where he has to survive from that type of nonsense. In fact, if he kills himself too, he's better off because he has been dead. So can we as educated people focus on providing what the country should do, what it should do, which is providing these things to citizens at an affordable cost, and most of these things will disappear. I spent a few minutes outside talking with some people, and I thought I could solve this problem in no time. This is the way to solve the problem. So all of us should talk about providing. Why are our refineries never working for so long? So you've created a market for nonsense to happen. And then you now blame the man whom you forced to that kind of nonsense to say you are responsible for pollution of what? The Nigerian state should take responsibility. So NOSRA, as regulators, the title should be loud, to say provide this and this stops. And then it stops. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for your contribution and suggestion. It's a good one. I will also beg to say that you're also in a very good position to help to either engaging with the state government from the traditional level to the state government and then pushing it to the federal level. I also think it would be nice to engage some of the people that have deep pockets in this area to also invest in some of these facilities. That's just my thought. But to speak of the well in Ondo State, to kill a well takes very high technology. It is unfortunate. We have been in this oil business for over 60 years, but we still lack a lot of very, very much needed technology to address some of the fallouts of oil and gas exploration. That is the bitter truth. So if it was possible to kill the well, it would have been killed. But unfortunately, up till now, it's been a little difficult because some of these wells, you have to find a way to reduce the pressure of the, what is it called now? The crude and mixture of oil that is coming out of the well, which is what is causing the fire, before you can kill it. If not, it's a very dangerous terrain to go into. If you cannot bring down the pressure and everything, you are killing yourself if you go next. So we need as a people to really start looking at how we might not need it every time, but like this one has been burning for years, what are we doing about it? Is it not time we have that technology? We've had it there. We've had the Santa Barbara spill. We have this, all these ones are similar. It's just that this particular one's pressure is just very high. So there are lower ones that have been killed. So that is really the technicality of what is happening to the Ondo State one. We are not happy about it at all, but unfortunately, there's really nothing we can do. That's the truth.
Thank you very much, Ma. When you started your presentation, you talked about the challenge of synergy between the different government agencies. So my question is on the gas flare tracker. How does it help government to take those decisions that have been taken about shifting the goalposts to end gas flares? Since 1969, we have shifted the goalposts. It has just been recently shifted again to 2030. In 2015, when Nigeria signed on to the end routine gas flares, they shifted it to 2020. Just about when it was ending, they went to 2025, and it has continued. What role does the gas flare tracker play in helping government make that decision about shifting that goalpost and stopping gas flare? And is it possible that we can stop gas flares by 2030? Then the second question I want to ask, I don't know if you can ask because your colleague talked about the fingerprinting technology. So we have the fingerprinting technology and we know which company is producing what. How come we cannot pinpoint who is stealing what was produced by whom? Such that when you say that oil theft is 60%, you can say 10% is from company A, 2% is from company B, 3% is from company D. Why is it that the fingerprinting technology is used only when you have those blowouts or spillages, but we don't use them to track crude oil theft? I don't know if it's you that will answer it or another person. Thank you, Ma.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, the tracker had honestly, with all modesty, been a very powerful pressure tool. Like I said, this assembly came in and the first committee it set up was on this gas flare issue. We as an agency have, in collaboration with several NGOs, even there was one NGO that working with us engaged some Singaporeans to do an analysis of gas flare in Nigeria, the OMLs, even the offshore platforms. And I'm happy to say that when Total commissioned this flare down, it actually commended Nostra, that it was Nostra's pressure that made them do it that fast. It was said directly by the IMD. So I know how much pressure data from the gas flare tracker is giving the industry. That's the truth. It generates a lot of pushback because they're not comfortable about it, but it is doing what it's supposed to do. But what I'm saying here is that it can do more if we actually use this data in conjunction with NGOs and civil societies to put pressure on them to do what is right.
Okay, sir, it's because it's you that I'm breaking this rule, but we had actually closed the gap.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. I just want to sincerely, on our behalf, appreciate the representative of NOSRA to this dialogue. If you watch, or if you have watched, as I did yesterday, all stones thrown at her, she proved to be very strong. And it can also, it shows that when chief executives are not available, they should not be sentimental in sending who represents them. Madam, you have represented your office very well.
Thank you very much, sir.
I also use this opportunity to thank our His Majesty, our Royal Highness, that have been here with us. And yesterday he raised fundamental issues, including some of the issues we represent government here. So, and some of the observations you made here, we can help to escalate it. I don't understand, and it's still difficult to comprehend that there is no filling station around the riverine areas. It's an observation he has just brought here, and I'm shocked. And then if there are no filling stations there, how are people with cars there managing? So, sir, I have already hinted him he should help me send a formal request, petition to NED, positive petition to NED. Huh? The prescription. After you have delivered the message, take the remaining paragraph and abuse whoever you want to abuse. So, yes, yeah, but let the 4 or 5 paragraphs say what is wrong and everything. When we understand it, we'll work with those. Then the remaining paragraph, you can create more, abuse whoever caused it, and how you want to abuse. But please do NED of a formal request, pointing this out. And I'm going to work with all our other partners, madam, to co-champion this, because it doesn't make sense that in the riverine areas, at what cost, there are no filling stations. Like I said yesterday, my community is oil producing state, not oil producing area. But I can, at the count of my head now, think about 7 filling stations in my community, as you know, that are working. So I imagine where you come from, an area where you don't have filling station, and yet you have a car. So to have access to petrol, there's no justification, even if, and the cost, maybe the cost of putting the filling station, right? But the cost we are paying for not having it is even more. So do us a request. Government is about letter writing and a memo. Do us a request. There must be a request pointing out, and then we will escalate it. I will cause a meeting on this to happen at the highest level between us, NMPC, NUPRC, NMDPRA, and NOSRA and NESRA, and all those who are impacted negatively by the absence of this key major social infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Executive Secretary NED. And a round of applause for her as thank you, ma'am. All right, so we're moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, please permit us to just take one more panel before we go for tea break so we can catch up on time. So I'll quickly call on Faith Nwadishi, Director, Center for Transparency Advocacy, as she comes to moderate her panel. She'll be calling her panelists up. Please, a round of applause for this wonderful woman as she comes up. Careful.
Thank you very much. Okay. Good morning, everyone. So we're going to look at environment and human rights. Yesterday, we talked about a lot of things. Somebody said we're lamenting. So we're moving away from lamenting to going to shine our eyes, because we're also advised yesterday to shine our eyes. So the panel today will be looking at environmental and human rights accountability in divested and mining affected communities. I'll just go ahead to call the panelists because we're going to have a conversation. So please permit me to invite Dr. Kono Vivian. She's the Director of Mines Environmental Compliance Department from the Federal Ministry of Mines. So, solid minerals now. You know, we're changing a lot these days. Please give her a round of applause. And also Mrs. Padu, sorry. I've been practicing this name since yesterday. This is Patundi John Oko. She's from the National Human Rights Commission. Please, let's give her a round of applause. And Dr. Dita Bassi, MNI. He's the Director of Policy, Planning and Strategy in AEC. I hear he has been collecting phone numbers. So if he has not collected yours, please give him your phone number. Now, Mr. Francis Sume is Deputy Director, Oil Fields Assessment from NOSDRA. Thank you very much. We have Mr. Tija Bolton, ED Policy Alert, as well as the Deputy National Coordinator of Publisher to Pay. I don't know if we have the Right Honorable Sikak Ekong from the Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Natural Resources. He's here. Okay, please come forward, sir. His representative. Please give him a round of applause. Okay, so I want to announce that we have the representative of NUPROC in the hall. He only came in today. Please stand up for recognition, sir. But for some certain reasons, like you know, we just heard that government is about memo and letters. Perhaps they didn't give the memo right. So he's going to be joining us from the audience while we have this conversation. I also want to recognize two community persons who would also join us from the audience. We have Princess Umor. She's from Eket community, where you have Mobile Divesting. Please give her a round of applause. We have Mr. Abubakar Al-Hiru. He's from Ankpa local government area in Kogi State, where they used to mine coal. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. I would have loved you to come up, but we don't have enough seats. But please know that you are part. Okay, Princess, you can come up. Know that you are part of this conversation. So our conversation is going to look at environmental and human rights accountability in divested and mining affected communities. Thinking about this topic that we're looking at, I want us to take our minds back to when we started exploration of oil and gas and mining in this country. And the data shows that we have done that for over 120 years. I'm not talking about when we discovered the commercial quantity, but when the idea started. It's over 100. I think crude oil started with bitumen around 1903. And then solid minerals started about 1908, 1909. So that's over 120 years. And then see us in 2025 discussing what we should have discussed 200 years ago. 200 years ago is when we should have had this conversation about divestment. But we're having that conversation after over 120 years in the market, in the field. So I want to start this question by just asking the general question to the panelists, and I hope you will use 1 minute to do that. What should we have done 200 years ago? Because right now, the issue of divestment and looking at mine-affected communities is like an afterthought. What should we have done 200 years ago from your own perspective? I will start with the Honorable Commissioner for Environment. Just 1 minute, sir.
Thank you so much. Good morning to everybody. It's good to be here. My initials are Engineer Nick Tiema, and by the very special grace of God, I am the Director of Petroleum Resources in Akwa Ibom State Ministry of Environment and Mineral Resources. I want to bring us warm wishes from the Honorable Commissioner, who is unavoidably absent because of exigencies of his office. About 2 days ago was a state exco meeting, and he has enormous responsibilities from His Excellency the Governor, which he had to attend to that. And I have been given the express permission to represent him in this panel. And being a very core environmentalist, I want to believe that I will have sufficient grace to step into that shoe and will be able to do what he ought to have done. Having said that, I want to bring us very warm wishes from the government and the good people of Akwa Ibom State. And it is our pleasure that you found the state as a very peaceful and ambient place to host this very important engagement. And I want to commend the efforts of the Spaces for Change and their partners, Ford Foundation, for bringing this event here. Just as I've been informed, I have just less than 1 minute, but it was important. I have to bring this procedural information to us just for protocol sake. This based on what the moderator said, this is what would have been done far back, maybe over the years. But I feel for me, I believe that there was no much sufficient information revolved around some of these things. So as the century keeps evolving and as the technology keeps coming to bear, there've been sufficient awareness and information around some of these things, and I think it has been done or us that what needed have been done so many years back. It's what is playing out now. So for me, it's better started than never to have started it. So I think we can proceed from where we are, and we can always engage ourselves and collaborate to have some of these perspectives as regards divestment and transitions in the extractive industry to come to limelight. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. So what should we have done a long time ago? I won't say 200 years like you put it, a long time ago that we did not do. I think the first thing is having the right legal framework in place. In Nigeria, we have legal frameworks. We have a surfeit of legal frameworks, policy frameworks. But the challenge is that these frameworks are not people-centric. I would speak to one. One is the Petroleum Industry Act, and the other is the Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act 2007. So when you look at these frameworks, you find that communities are brought in. There is an idea that communities are put into these legal provisions, but communities are not actually given the power. So we see the PIA having the settlers playing a very dominant role, in the community beneficiation process. This is something that we should have done 20 years ago when we're first thinking about the PIA. And actually it was done. but the process was hijacked and those provisions were removed as at the time the final version of the PIA was being enacted. So first of all, we need legal provisions that make environmental and human rights due diligence a precondition for even giving licenses to these companies. The other thing too is that divestment guidelines are nowhere to be found. The PIA is silent on divestments. And if we are talking about transitions, divestments, and things like that here, then that is one of the fundamental things that are missing in the conversation. We should have clear guidelines on divestment. The third one I would like to mention is free, prior, and informed consent. Communities should be given the power. Their power should be restored to able to say, come into my backyard and explore or extract, or don't even come, because the right to say no is actually part of FPIC, but that right does not exist in our legislation. So that power should be restored. Then at the legal and judicial levels, I think it's very important for us to restore a legal doctrine of no clean exit without justice. What we are seeing right now is that the judicial system does not seem to understand the social and ecological rights issues that are playing out within mining and oil and gas host communities. So there is very serious need for some level of judicial activism to happen around socio-ecological rights in these domains.
Okay, thank you very much. If I have to narrow this down to issues of divestment and decommissioning, for me, yes, we should have had this conversation 20, 30, 100 years ago. But there's a common saying from where I come from that it is whenever you wake up, that is your morning. So we have found ourselves in the situations that we found ourselves. What do we do going forward? So for me, there's oil mining licenses that are issued. I'm glad that the NUPROC man is here. These oil licenses, when they are being issued, what are the do's and don'ts that come with the oil mining licenses? The biggest problem that we're now confronted with is, like it was said yesterday, operators now having to run away and leaving behind environmental liabilities. So from the onset, right from the point that licenses are to be issued or to be granted, why don't we have a comprehensive document that say, in the event of you having to exit from your operational area, what do you do with your environmental liabilities? And begin to spell out these guidelines of what you do when it comes to the point of you exiting. So at the point of exiting, you cannot cleanly exit without ticking all the boxes that had been agreed have been issued. So it is important that we have a comprehensive document or a comprehensive legal document framework that spells out what you have to do at the inception, at the point of operation, and at the point of exit. A comprehensive document that captures the whole of the processes, so that when you eventually want to leave, you take this document and begin to tick out the boxes. If you are unable to have a clean environmental stewardship, then you'll be made not to leave until you achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. A very good afternoon, everyone. Before the enactment of Nigerian Minerals and Mining Acts came, of course, there was so many unregulated mining activities, and that left so many legacy issues, which the ministry has been reclaiming yearly as per the provisions of the budgetary allocation. But now with the Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act 2007, there is well explicit on provisions of obligations of a mineral title holder. Like Section 119 talks about environmental impact assessment, or what we call environmental and social impact assessment now. With the ministry collaborate with Federal Ministry of Environment. We have an existing MOU on all mining projects, EIA of mining projects. Then issue of reclamation, restoration, and rehabilitation. We talks about which Section 114, 115, and 120 of Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act specifically says that a mineral title holder should reclaim, restore, or rehabilitate a mined out area. Then, of course, issue of Section 116, which is the Community Development Agreement, transfer of social and economic benefit to the mining host community. Recently, we reviewed our community development guideline of 2014. It was reviewed. We have a revised guideline of 2023, where a new chapter was put in. There was a new chapter in that document, that's chapter 3, that makes elaborate stakeholders engagement with the community, the women, the youth, the people living with disability, and the men, to come and have a robust engagement so that all stakeholders will be carried out in issue concerning CDA process. And of course, the community are even responsible to monitor what happens that's the monitoring framework of what happens in the process of the CDA and the project implementation, of course, alongside with the ministry officials, that the solid minerals officials in the particular state. Then the issue of rehabilitation trust and bonds and trust, the Section 121 of establishment of environmental fund, so that even if a company decides to go at the end of the life of the project, the ministry, of course, will now take what they have contributed into that fund to reclaim the mined out area. So with Nigerian Mineral and Mining Act 2007 is well explicit obligations of mineral title holders, what is expected of them. And the ministry, of course, is not, we had done so much, we sensitize the mineral title holders on the obligation, we sensitize the community. These are what you are supposed to do. If in an event, if something is happening in your community, you should be able to report back to the ministry. We have state officers in the states where they can carry out their reports too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me help you with the pronunciation of my name first. It's Fadumdi, and it means God help me. Okay, I bring you greetings from the Executive Secretary of the National Human Rights Commission, Dr. Tony Ojukwu, who really wanted to be here in person. But for the exigencies of the things he has to do in his office, it's not easy to protect the rights of Nigerians. So he's everywhere doing what he can do best with the limited resources that the commission has. But he has asked me to state here categorically clear that as Nigeria navigates the seismic shift in its extractive sector, from oil divestment to the race for critical minerals, the commission remains committed to ensuring that no community is left behind, no right is overlooked, and no harm goes or no violation goes unaddressed. So, but to come and answer the question, why have we not had this discussion over 200 years ago? We could not have, because we did not know. And, but coming to tell, what my brother said, let me adopt what he said, that it is when you wake up that the day has broken. We need to take steps. First of all, we need to analyze the issues involved pre-extraction, during extraction, post-extraction. coming from the human rights perspective, we'll look at what are the human rights issues that will be involved before an extraction takes place. Talks about issues of right to land. You know, my brother has talked about issue of FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent. Should you just come, barge into my property and take whatever you want because you think it is the government that has the right to do that? Don't you think that by so doing, you're even risking your business? How do you have sustainable development in a community where the communities are aggrieved? Little wonder we have issues of vandalization here and there. You know, so we should have those strategies in place. And one critical thing I will always want to say is there should be synergy between stakeholders. We should have this conversation before even a license is given to anybody. Let the stakeholders come forward and say, okay, what are the issues in your sector? What are the human rights issues? Let's bring out this point, itemize them in a document and say, okay, before you even get a license, take this. You must ensure you do this. With all the commitment from the various stakeholders, including the community and the civil society, you know, bringing out their own various stake. And this document should be filled and monitored, because when we have a task force that everybody monitors at the same time, you don't have to start doing bureaucracy of going from one agency to the other to say, okay, we are going for monitoring. We all go together. So we are taking this information as it relates to your various agency at the same time. During the issue of extraction, we should also be involved in the monitoring process. You know, like my brother said, there should be an exit plan. Most organizations or most businesses don't have exit plan. You know, it wasn't until recently, despite that Nigeria was one of the signatories and the reason why the United Nations Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights was adopted by the UN in 2010. It wasn't until 2023 before the Nigerian state adopted its own National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. And there are safeguards in that document that will hold businesses, companies accountable as to how they operate and how they affect the communities where their businesses are taking place. You know, so this discussion should have started long ago. But like the usual situation in Nigeria, we have so many laws. Our people go and sign so many documents, treaties, protocols. But when you come home, we find it difficult to implement because the terrain, it's not conducive. So this discussion should have taken place long before now. But anyway, we are glad that we are engaging at this time, because it's not something that one person can do. Because if you just say your own document has everything you think a company is supposed to take into consideration, what are if the issues of violations of rights that you're not privy to begin to happen and people begin to complain? How are we going to cope with that? So we should have been able to do due diligence to search the issues that might likely be brought to bear before, during, and after. And then we know how to now assess. It is the parameter we're now going to use to assess this organization to see if they're either falling short or they're even just barely maintaining standard. Because we need to put the lives of our family and our community and the nation at large, into perspective when things are being done. So with this point, while we continue the conversation, I want to give it to my next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. When you have a very powerful and passionate speaker and you speak after them, you're in trouble. So let me take it from my own perspective. I'm taking a perspective as from both the family of the EITI, which is a multi-stakeholder group, and also as a geologist, and also as a Nigerian, and also one and foremost, also someone who has grew up in a mining environment in Jos. So I think it's very critical when you look at this aspect. What could we have done before? All of us will agree that before then, when mining started and other extraction started, the Jos Plateau, when they left because of some policy, government policy that triggered the industrialization policy that triggered most of the multinationals to leave, they left a vacuum. And it's the same thing that's happening in the divestment that's ongoing in the oil and gas sector. When they left that vacuum, they left a lot of stranded assets. What are these stranded assets? The mining paddocks, they are machineries. If you go to the field, you find them there, and most specifically, they are tailings. Tailings is the mining materials that were left behind after mining operations. They are still all there. They left it and went and left without any method of or any plans of reclamation. It was then later when people started falling into this mining pits. They became mining. All of them became mining pits were filled with water. Children were drowning. It had a lot of toxic elements. My MSc thesis was on that. I worked on the minerals content because they have a lot of heavy metals around that, and a lot of them had medical implications. So along the line, these are some of the after effects of the investment of that time due to the indigenization policy of government. It's still going to play out in the oil and gas sector as multinationals are leaving the sector. They are also going to leave a lot of stranded assets. Stranded assets are products of decommissioning that was taking place. And let's not trick ourselves. Even in the North Sea, this has happened. When BP left, if you go to Europe, the part that is in UK, from Aberdeen downward, there are a lot of stranded assets left by oil and gas companies. That was UK when Margaret Thatcher did the policy of nationalization then. But Norway were able to take care of their own. So what am I saying is that we've already had that historical perspective. What we need to do in history, you learn from the mistakes of the past. Thank God we signed to the EITI, which is a multi-stakeholder approach. The EITI is a mechanism whereby we looked at how can we safeguard our resources to work for the future generation. And what we have is a multi-stakeholder group where we have the companies, we have the government, and we have also the civil society coming to place and see how do we manage our resources. First and foremost, I agree with you that already we have the laws are there that takes care of this implementation of the saving for the rainy day, as we call it, or whenever you start an operation, you need to have something kept aside for reclamation and taking it to near as much as possible as when you started the operation. But don't forget, environment has 2 or 3 categories. It's not only the individual, it's not only the land itself that's affected by the impact of mining or oil and gas exploration. It also affects livelihood, because the livelihood, you've lost your ability to farm, because when you mine, you take the topsoil away and you turn it up. Productivity is very low. Livelihood is lost. 2, in the riverine area, you can't fish because already the water has been turned, the turbidity of the water has changed. The ecosystem has been changed. And most importantly, socioeconomic consequences of mining. So all of these things are there. We need to have an audit done with it. So what I might say is that for us, the provisions under the EITI provisions, there are, next one we'll talk about how do we report on this. We try as much as possible to report on the performance of payments or companies' performance, adherence to these laws and regulations that they've signed through the CDAs, provisions of Minerals and Mining Act, the PIA, and all other provisions that safeguard the community and what are we saving for the future generations tomorrow, so that we won't leave them with an asset or a liability that we, as the present generation, bequeath to them liabilities that it become difficult for them to manage. From that, the AITI will try and manage that. That's my perspective.
Thank you very much. My name is Princess Umo. I'm a community woman. Maybe I will start with this. What should we have done? Maybe we should have started with the fingerprints so that we would have known what to do and what not to do when things get awry. So on that note, I think we should have been very intentional and putting things in the right perspective. Putting things in the right perspective as in documentation, as in carrying the community women along, as in looking out for their livelihood, as in looking out for what they will do if things are not going the way it is planned, because as you go, things get awry, things get sour, you begin to think all these things should have been put in place for the community woman. We should have also looked at the responsibilities of our future. What future do we need to hand over? What is our environmental perspective now? What are we looking at? Our mangroves have gone. Our flora and fauna is no more. Our livelihood is no more. Our lives are now being put in a joke. The women in the community, we are now a joke, because you can wake up one morning and they say the people who have been tormenting you, oppressing you, flaring gas, and they are now running away and leaving you with the gas flare, with the environment that have been degraded. You don't have where to plant. We don't have where to fish. Your nets are gone. So we have now become a joke, because these things were not put into perspective from the very, very beginning. So we want to put it right. If they are coming into our community, women should sit on the table and discuss the things that affect women and the children, and discuss the things that affect women and the future. Because it's not just about us. What are we handing over to our children? We need to look at these things. What we should have done from the beginning was to allow institutions to play their roles, not cajoling, not hijacking, not oppressing, not putting them under pressure so that they do what they want them to do, leaving us, the community, to be stranded. Because right now, community women are stranded. Our boats go to high seas, whereas we used to pick periwinkle and crayfish by the seashore, and we know that we are going to help our children. Today, you have divorce, you have sicknesses all around the community, because the woman who is supposed to be the backbone of the community cannot do what she's supposed to do, and looking only up to the man, how much can the man bring to the table? So the women are suffering. Our children sometimes don't go to school because there is no money for the woman to support the child. And if we know it is the woman that supports the child to become something, the man will bring what he has and the woman will push. But what do we have today? A dead and forgotten community. Our rights have been trampled on, and we don't even have a voice, because no matter what you do, there is somebody behind somewhere who is playing drum for some people to dance, and we are the ones suffering. So we are under pressure. If we explode, they will say we explode. They don't know that the gas flare, the hydrocarbon in the system, is now in our blood. So it also makes us explode when we should not explode. The woman that is supposed to be kind, pampering, and the woman that is supposed to be loving is no more loving. The woman that is supposed to be pampering is no more pampering, because we have hydrocarbon in our blood. It's now making us explode. So much has gone wrong because we were not intentional in this conversation from the very beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Princess. There's hydrocarbon in women's blood, though. So there are no more pampering. Okay, so because this session is about accountability. And for you to be able to hold people accountable, you need to know what you have to hold them accountable for. And that was what we tried to bring out from the very first session. We've heard about the laws, the things that are there, but how far are we implementing them? Princess is from Eket, and you have mobile there. I just want to ask her, what was your experience in that divestment process? Were you involved? Were community people involved in the conversation? How did you hear about it? And what are you doing about it? Who should you hold accountable for that process?
So allow her cool down now.
We community women were not involved in the divestment. And we have tried to find out about this divestment. We heard it through whispers, whispers. Mobile is going. Have you heard Mobile is going? Going to where? Mobile is leaving the community. We were not officially informed as, community, come. We have stayed with you people for this number of years. It is time to go. What should we do? How should we do it? No, they just ran away and left the community like that, degraded. They ran away and left us hungry. They ran away and left us homeless because the gas flare that is flaring is affecting the zinc. If you put a zinc today, in the next 2 years, the zinc has deteriorated. So they left us homeless. How much does a woman have to be roofing the house after 2 years? So it's very terrible. We are trying to advocate to the government, telling the government to come and help us because these people have run away. There's no how we are seeing them. There's no how we are going to see them to talk to. They have gone. Oh. So we are talking to government, and the government we are talking to, even the local government cannot help us. The state government and the federal government are the ones to help us with all their MDAs and ministries. They are the ones to help us. But is our voice heard? No. They will come and tell us, okay, we will do it. Is it not promise? They will promise and they will go. They may even not even come in person. They might send a representative whom they know will not know what to say. It will only stand to defend them. So it's a terrible thing for us in the communities. Our communities, you need to be there, and you will wonder whether these communities really vote. It is during the voting section that they will come and do paraphernalia. We will do this. We will give water. Some communities, we don't have water. We have to import pure water. And you know, most of the communities, we go by boat. So you are paying for yourself. You are paying for the pure water that you have bought, one bag. The bag will be expense paid on the bag of water will be more expensive than you yourself because the bag is heavy. So they will charge as per the bag is heavy. So if you enter a community and you say, please give me water to drink, and nobody gives you water, it's because maybe they didn't go out to get water because there is no water to drink. My people, this thing we are saying, if you enter our community, you will pity us. You will ask us, how do you survive? You cannot plant common pepper because the soil is gone. You cannot pick crayfish. You cannot pick periwinkle. In fact, if you eat periwinkle, maybe there is oil in it. If you break that periwinkle, you must find that oil that they did not find fingerprints. You will find it inside that periwinkle. And when you eat it, it affects your health. So the community is suffering. We are calling on government, all other agencies that are involved to come to the community and help the women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, when you talk about environmental and human rights issues in the extractive communities, it's something that hits, you know, when it hits you, especially when you have gone there to see the level of degradation. I was privileged to be on the EITI International Board, and we had very strong representation from Southern American groups because they have serious environmental issues. And they wanted the EITI to take up environmental reporting and human rights. There was a lot of pushback from companies. So I'm going to Dr. Dieter from NED2025. I know that the reports that you give is on environment is more around the contextual issues, not really about what is the complaints from communities. Do you think that the Nigerian EITI could actually go beyond reporting those environmental issues to reporting actual grievances from communities so that they can use that as a platform for holding governments accountable? And follow up on that is, what is your suggestion on ensuring that the reports that you give from NED2025 is implemented by all of the covered entities that are working with you on that, so that it's not just on paper and not waiting for civil society to push for them to implement it?
Thank you very much. I also want to just add to what you just said about the reporting, what we report on the environment. We report on human rights. We report, NED2025 reports on mandatory payment on by companies on environmental issues. There are mandatory payments that company makes to government agencies on environmental issues. There's also, we also have in our report under the EITS standards, we report on requirement 6.1 mandates us to report on expenditure, including mandatory payments to government or third parties related to environmental impacts regulations. Requirement 6.4 focuses on disclosing information about the management and monitoring of environmental impact on extractive companies.
What you say?
I will try as much as possible to No, I'll try. Okay, so under the IMTT, we try as much as possible to have that dialogue. But we also have other mechanisms whereby we also provide information to bridge that gap. We have policy briefs that look at our studies, impactful studies, whereby we look at the impact of mining on artisanal miners on. Okay. We've had studies, we've had dedicated studies that looked at impact of mining on women and children and the environment. We also have specialized studies on those aspects. So these are ways that we are able to bridge that gap. And we also try to engage the communities. We also try to engage the communities in dialogue. In our report, we have provisions whereby observations from this kind of fora we incorporate in our report. And it also interests you to know that as natives, as partners in this, we are partners in this gathering here, NED. And the provisions and dialogue that comes in that to play will be incorporated into our report and into our operations, whereby it comes in as policy briefs or policy dialogue, or in our reports, how communities are coming from this kind of dialogue are incorporated, and we push for implementation of these things. We are in NETI are the voices of the people and communities. As much as possible, we incorporate them and see to it that we incorporate whatever observations that we had for them. Thank you very much.
Let's give him a round of applause. Well, I'm tempted to ask how many community people have seen or assessed a NED report that is here?
It's okay now.
How many people? Okay, not just community people, all of us in the hall. How many of us
Are you hearing me?
have assessed the NED reports or know about the NED reports?
Okay, but this is not my panel.
Only 3 people out of the hall. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. Dr. G. Only 5 people in this hall know about NED reports. See them now. Yes, sir. So there's need for a lot of work to be done for self-education. Hello. So you cannot give what you don't have. Remember, we talked about the issue of accountability. If you don't know about the different ways you can demand for accountability, we'll come to you, sir, so that you will address this issue. I was just trying to feel the pulse of the hall to know that NED reports, like we have heard, sometimes send us all of this information that we need. But I will take that to Dr. Okono because he mentioned, I'll come back to you. He mentioned the issue of community development agreements. And I know that it is your department that handles that. It's one of the mechanisms I know that you use in monitoring some of these environmental issues that we have as your monitoring tool. Please, can you tell us about the community development agreements, what kind of challenges you have heard, how you engage communities to do that, and of course, the role of Miremco in that. If we can do that in 2 minutes, we appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ma. Community Development Agreement, CDA, is the provision of the law, Section 116 of Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act, 2007. Like I said earlier, year 2023, the first guideline of CDA was produced in 2014. Subsequently, in year 2023, we had to review the guideline in collaboration with the Center LSD, an NGO, because we found out that there were so many complaints coming from the community and all of that. Because when the act came, ministry was trying, struggling to come up with CDA in process and of course implementation. Then a lot of things were, a kind of try and error and all of that. Things, because then mining companies were not complying. But as time went on, they started complying. But when that, with vision of year 2014 CDA guideline, a lot of things started happening. We created awareness through sensitizations. Like last year, we went to over 28 states across the geopolitical zone to sensitize the mineral title holders on their environmental obligation as per CDA and other obligations. Then even communities, because communities also have their own obligations. If you're in a community, always tell, if we come for sensitization, we always tell the community, it's your right. When you see something happening in your community, you should be able to speak, say something. Then the Merenco is there as an instrument that interfaces between the federal, state, and the local government on issues concerning mining activities. They have their functions goes through consent. When you come to a community as a mineral title holder, you have before even getting your mineral title, you should be able to have a consent from the host mining community. Then, of course, issues concerning compensation, issues concerning land degradation, conflict resolution, and all of that. So, Merenco plays a vital role when it comes to community issues, engagement. So we have done a lot of sensitization, we're still doing, but then the sensitization we have done and we're still doing has actually increased the compliance level of mineral title holders. In fact, right now we have a steady increase when it comes to compliance across all the environmental obligations of a mineral title holders. So we have equally worked with Center LSD to produce an app that they call community.ng, where mineral community can report on issue concerning mining activities in their community, either social issue, land degradation, pollution, and gender-based violence. Thank you.
We get that app, communities.ng is an accountability tool to hold government and the agencies accountable for environmental degradation and human rights issues. So to Nosra has been in the spotlight for a lot of issues in this conference. Just one question, how can community grievances be integrated into Nosra's remediation protocols?
Okay, thank you once more. Community grievances, I'll use this opportunity to say that whatever petition, whatever complaints that come from communities, the agency actually has what we refer to as a complaint desk. Well, there's no complication about it. If you have or you notice anything that you're not comfortable with, just write straight to the agency, write to the Director General, either through email, through DHL, whatever it is, we'll get it. And you can be rest assured that within a week, we'll get back to you. So whatever we have always handled is right from day one. Issues of okay. So issues of community grievances are adequately handled. We'll return back to you. If it requires us to call the operators, the community, and whoever is responsible for whatever kind of grievances that you are not happy with, we do that, and the matter is resolved. Thank you.
So talking about community grievances, I want to come back to the National Human Rights Commission. What are the kind of grievances that you hear or reports that you hear from communities, and how do you go about addressing them?
Thank you very much. It's worthy to note that throughout the life cycle of extraction, there are always issues of human rights that are always complained about. And, let me just highlight just a few that will always, stick out during, during, and post. So for the pre-extraction, you have issues of land grabbing. People come from head and just come to your domain. The next thing you see a tractor, they're already drilling or they're already exploring. You don't even have knowledge of what's going on. When you ask them, they will fling a license at you and say they've been mandated to do this. We have issues of forced eviction. It might interest you to know that there is a United Nations development-based eviction protocol that ought to be taken in place, took into consideration whenever a community has to be displaced from one thing or the other. And one of the criteria in that UN-based document is the fact that if you are taking a community that is into fishing, away from their fishing environment, you must provide them another fishing environment. You don't take a community that is used to fishing to a farming area. That's part of the protocol that you must. So if you must evict people, take them near the resources of their livelihood as best as you can. That's another one. Another issue that always comes out before
extraction is this issue of lack of consultation rights. Like my auntie has just enumerated there, they don't even know anything that's going on. They are not even included. Persons with disability, vulnerable communities are not included in this discussion. So inclusivity. And then we have issues of threats, intimidation. We particularly somewhere in those states, sometimes, I think this year or so, went for a training. And we're hearing of a community, a palm oil community, where soldiers were killing people. Okomu community. Thank you very much, man. I think you were in that training. Yes, soldiers were killing people just because the community dared to even protest. And one of the issues that they even had was the fact that they said there is this practice of where you have plugged all your kernels, the residue, communities are free to actually pick out the residues. But even at that, because they went into that particular plantation without the consent of the community, bullets were released on innocent victims, community members. So all of these issues of threat of intimidation. Then during the issue of extraction, we have issues of environmental degradation. We've heard of how, oil spill, water, air, and soil pollution, toxics are discharged into the atmosphere. And this become issues of rights to health of persons within that community. We have issues of forced labor, gender-based discrimination, and then when you talk about the issue of posts now, we have such issues of non-remediation or restoration of the environment. We have issues of ongoing health and ecological risk. My auntie has talked about economical and socioeconomical decline of the source of livelihood of people people have been used to, okay, you are there, so because they are there, they are members of the community are having small source of income. And then you get up, fold your back and go without even informing them so that they can even strategize to know what next they can do or how they can also diversify their own means of livelihood. You don't do that. And that is part of the issues that we talk about. And then what has the commission done? In time past, the commission had, heard of complaints from communities when it comes to issues of environmental pollution. And we had, I think it's here in Akwa Ibom State, where it all started. There were complaints. And we felt because of the enormity of the complaints, let us move to locus in quo, where the issues were happening, so that the community won't have to fly all the way or drive all the way to Abuja to come and make these complaints. And we came here to set up a panel of inquiry. We sat the first day. Second day, the commission was served with an injunction. Oil companies went and got an injunction to stop the commission from even listening to the complaints of the citizens. Yes. And then this matter went to court. Initially, the commission got judgment in some of the cases. And then they went on appeal. Their money bags, they hire plenty SCNs with plenty money. They went to the High Court, the Court of Appeal. Just a few weeks ago, the Court of Appeal gave a judgment that the commission has no business looking into issues of environmental degradation and pollution. So the problem is all of us. We have to understand that we are not adversarial to one another. Whatever we are doing is for the betterment of ourselves. If you're not there, the fact that this thing is not getting to you doesn't mean that it's not affecting one of your another member of the community. The things that we need to understand that injury to one should be injury to all. So the commission, in collaboration with some organizations, have developed, in collaboration with the United Nations guiding principle on business and human rights, has stipulated measures that businesses must adopt in cases of violations and redress. And though Nigeria was a party to that adoption of that document, it took Nigeria years before we could adopt that. I know how we worked hard. We had the baseline assessment. We went through consultation with oil companies, extractive industries, plenty NGOs and communities to draft this document. An implementation strategy was also adopted. And finally, the government in its wisdom has adopted this document last year. So now we have a national policy for business and human rights. And it's essential that businesses begin to understand that the game is no longer the same again. The tune of the dance has changed, of the drum has changed. So the tune and the dancing step must also change. One of the requirements in that document, it has a 3-pillar. One, the government has a duty to protect rights. But even at that, businesses have a responsibility
to respect human rights. And where there are issues of violation, there must be immediate, effective, accessible, remedial mechanism that must be put in place. And under the access to justice, we have like 3 layers: the state-based mechanism for assessing remedy, which is the courts; the non-state-based, which is the National Human Rights and other organization; and then we have the non-state-based mechanisms, which are the companies must also by themselves establish remedial mechanism to ensure that where there are disputes, where there are violations, they're put in place effective remedy, accessible. It's not that, okay, we have it, but no, we must actually see it, that you are doing this. And that's why the commission is glad now that NNPC, one of our top oil company, has approached the commission to help it draft its human rights policy. Companies must adopt and draft their own human rights policy that they must make known and post for everybody to see, because it also affects their value chain. That tractor that is carrying your fuel, going down and violating rights on the way to go and distribute, also have no responsibility if he violates rights.
Time up.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give a round of applause. The issue of accountability, you need to know the processes and what is involved. And I'm sure that if you had given this panel 2 hours to begin to discuss, there are many things that communities should do, and individuals as well as civil society. We have heard from the oil and gas community. Please, can you give us 5 minutes to round up this panel? Just 5 minutes, so that we can hear from our brother from Kogi State, who is living in that community. There was a time that we used coal. I'm sure if you go to Enugu, you will see the devastation that is happening there. We'll have somebody from Ankpa community. Please give him the microphone, 2 minutes, and then I will round up with Tija and the Commissioner for Environment. It's a very interesting panel, a lot of information to give out, but I'll just ask that after the session, try and engage these people. Perhaps Spaces for Change could actually bring out all of these accountability mechanisms and processes that will help communities hold government accountable on the issue of divestment and mining affected community. My brother, you have the floor.
Okay. Good afternoon to you all. I am happy that you have recognized me. If not, I thought that you have forgotten me. I'm from Kogi State. I'm from the host community Njema and Okobo in Kogi State. In fact, I am happy for the organizer of this program. The problem we are facing in our community in the process of mining coal, there are, apart from company, there are some individuals or groups, when they dig a pit, after they might have collected their coal, then they just leave it like that. And this poses serious hazard to residents, especially children and livestock. At least something must be done about this. Then secondly, like a land use for farming is unsafe and unusable due to instability and surface damage done to it by the mining company or individuals that are mining. Then after some years now, maybe the coal is not there and the land is not usable again. Well, then what will be the source of income to this host community? Then another area I'm looking at it is that, removing coal from underground, waking the soil structure, leading to collapse and endangering lives and properties. Then improper fill pits collect rainwater, which is contributing to flooding during heavy rains. At least the appropriate authority have to look into this. Even a company or an individual, when you dig your piece, if there is a law guiding this, then they will direct them to level it up so that it will not affect the host community. Then another area is that exposed coal seam can ignite anytime, causing underground fires and release of toxic gases is harmful to human health. So all these things is happening in our community. And like individual mining, I want to advise here that let the appropriate authority call them up, and they should form a cooperative of at least 10 members with a head. So if anything, or if someone died in your own area, the agency will have to call you and to ask you why this thing happened, and they'll give you way that this thing will not happen again. Because this individual or groups mining, they'll just jump into mining without any law guiding them. This thing is seriously affecting us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for keeping to time. So I'll just ask the Honorable Commissioner and Tija to spend 1 minute. Sir, as the representative of the Ministry of Environment, what are your challenges in navigating these issues around divestment? Because there's a lot of divestment in Akwa Ibom. How do you play as at sub-national level? If you can do that in 1 minute.
Okay, thank you so much. There's challenges, just as you've highlighted, revolving around divestment in the Akwa Ibom state. One of the challenges we are having is that some of the companies, extractive companies, tend to neglect the supervisory role of the ministry and will want to leverage on the vulnerability of the host communities to get some community development agreements endorsed. And I think in doing that, they will have a way to shortchange the communities. And by the time some of these issues escalate and we find out that papers have been signed, documents have been made. I give a typical example. About a few months ago, a particular oil company owned by the Indians disposed some waste materials that were suspected to be toxic around the Tabrikang area of your local area. And when this information came to the fore, we observed that the land title documents were endorsed and there were no EIAs to that effect. And for us, it was a very serious issue, considering the fact that there was no EMP in view. And we now observe that the companies had to leverage on perhaps the knowledge gap within the host communities and had to embark on some of these environmental malpractices. So those are the critical challenges we're facing, but a visionary leadership of His Excellency Pastor Umoino, considering the Arise agenda, which is the fulcrum of the administration, has a sub-thematic area in environment, and we are leveraging on that to just a week ago or two, the Honorable Commissioner for Environment had instituted an enforcement arm in the ministry to look at some of these malpractices. The Federal Mines Officer, Engineer Bassi, was part of that arrangement, and NEMA and NESRA. And these are some of the modalities we are looking at so that we can be able to nip some of these issues in the board, and so that we can also provide a safe.
Thank you so much, sir.
Environment.
Please, you agree? We have about 8 people on this panel, and we need to just hear their voices. Finally, we'll take Tija. Tija, please, what are the accountability gaps?
Okay,
that we
so
have?
I would go straight to talk about the direction of flow of accountability. Now, if you look at the PIA, for instance, it focuses on upward accountability and it's limited around downward accountability to the communities. This is a big challenge. So we see the settlers and the HCDTs have to report to the NUPRC and the NMDPRA, for instance. Now that's one. The other thing too has to do with some of the gaps within the legislation itself. I mean, I'm very happy that this event has to do with transitions, climate change, energy transition. The PIA actually has a climate change and energy transition blind spots. So the only place where climate change is mentioned in the PIA has to do with where they have stabilization clauses that if the government has to change its laws to accommodate its climate commitments, then those laws will not affect the companies in the context of this act. And that actually limits the government's ability to fulfill its climate commitments. So that's a huge accountability gap, because as we discuss all these issues, we need to understand that these communities we're referring to have a double whammy effect they're dealing with. First, they are vulnerable to the impacts of extraction. And then second, they are also at the front lines of the impacts of climate change. So that is also another huge accountability gap. And we could just say ditto for the Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act. The other side has to do with the NED Act itself. So the NED, while it has been able to give us a lot of data that we as communities and civil society can use to hold these actors accountable. However, the NED, in terms of following up on some of the revelations within that data, does not have the power, to enforce and make sure that that remediation actually happens. So that's also an accountability gap. Then on the power of civil society, finally, civil society and communities need to be able to close the gap between transparency and accountability. There is an avalanche of data out there, but there is very limited conversion of all that data into actually holding corporate and state, actors accountable. So
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would give 2 minutes to Dr. Oji of NED to make his intervention, and then we'll close this panel. Microphone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, when I was listening to this panel, I thought I was at Labor Day, May 1st speeches. It was quite engaging. I really commend the panel. Please, two issues came directly that affect NED. One is on access to NED reports. I'm very surprised, very, very surprised that anyone in this room will be saying that he has not heard of NED report. It means that our invitation may have gone to the wrong direction, because these are really primary NED websites. We can send you copies directly if you want. www.neti.gov.ng, right on your phone. But we will do more on public education, public enlightenment, and awareness. That's our job. But the one that is not our job is self-education. As we are talking here, everybody is browsing on the phone. And if you even ask some of us here, what is actually the topic that we are discussing now, you'll be shocked. They may not know. Because the information you are accessing now may be information that is not required. If you ask some of us now, the latest video by Davido, they will tell us the content, how. Then the videos that were either abused, to abuse government officials or abuse people, they will know who did it. So the information is available, but it depends on the information that you've made up your mind to access. It's on yourself, on your phone. If you Google 99, you see the latest of 90 reports simplified. But self-education, 90 cannot do that. It is your job to self-educate yourself. As a civil society, as a media, as somebody working in development sector, if you don't know the agencies you should be engaging with and the information you require, then it's a major problem. How do you then function as a civil society, government agencies? For us in NED, we know who our stakeholders are. 1, civil society. 2, companies. 3, government. Anyhow you want to arrange it. And then the agencies that are relevant to our job, we know them. We know how their work is. So it is for NGOs, civil society organizations. You have to know who are the agencies you need in your job. Understand their job, understand what they do, what you can do to support, what they can do to support you. So that is self-education. So please merge self-education with public enlightenment and awareness. They are two different things. NIT can do one, but cannot do the other one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At that point, we would like to thank the panelists and thank the audience for listening very attentively and being part of this conversation. We have heard that divestment and issues around mining should be done with a human heart and a human face. That communities have borne the effect of environmental degradation, mining over the years, does not mean that companies can just wake up and leave the communities in a worse state that they met them. We have also agreed that there should be strong human rights provisions in the framework that leads to issues around divestment. Communities must be at the table for that conversation. But at the same time, we should have the information that will help us play a stronger role on that table. It is not about just sitting at the table to make a conversation or demand for something. It is about sitting for that on that table. And even if it means breaking that table to hear your voice, please go ahead and break it, because we have stayed in this situation for over 200 years. We need to begin to talk about the future. Our ancestors did not think about us who were in the future in their time, and that's why we are here. And that conversation about the future must involve all of us, whether we like it or not, depending on the divide you are, whether on government side, whether on community side. At the end of the day, we are all Nigerians, we are all impacted, we are all part of the process. So if you allow companies come into our communities, take away our resources, and leave us worse than they met us, then we would have no future going forward. Thank you very much to the
Thank you
panelists,
so
and
much.
thank you
A
for the
round of
time that you
applause
give to
for
us.
them.
Thank you.
The fourth panel session moderated by Faith Nwadishi, Director, Center for Transparency Advocacy. Please do stand in front and take your group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, all of us are also expected to take a group photograph. So once they are done, the photographers, can we do that here? Okay, so the photographers are going to direct us on how best that we're going to do that, but we need to capture every participant in the dialogue today. And after the photograph, ladies and gentlemen, we can step out for tea. Please, let's grab our tea, be quick about it, come back so that we can finish up with the two panels. I know some people want to enter inside Uyo and do one or two things before they leave. So please, a round of applause for them as they step down. So please, the high table, can we have them come forward? Our photographers, please direct us. How do we go about this? Please, let's rise for the photograph, please. Photograph, let's come out. Let's step out for the photograph. Can we come out for the photograph? You people don't want to take tea. Some people can climb up. All the tall people climb up, please. If not, we don't know. You don't know. You don't. Please, Steph, please go for your tea break. We just have 15 minutes for tea. 15 minutes for tea. Thank you.
I'm Dominic Iriwa, and today our focus would be on the Southeast. We begin in Imo State as in a bold move to establish a robust governance framework for climate resilience. The state government has developed a comprehensive climate change policy, which is now presented for public review and stakeholders' input. At a town hall meeting organized by the Imo State Ministry of Environment, in collaboration with its development partner, Spaces for Change, officials emphasized that the draft policy, once finalized and passed into law, will bolster the state's efforts to combat environmental degradation, mitigate the impacts of climate change, and promote sustainable development across various sectors. Our correspondent in Imo State, Eitope Kute, reports from Owerri.
From environmental degradation and gully erosion to gas flaring, flooding, rising temperatures, and erratic rainfall, the effects of climate change are increasingly evident in Imo State. in alignment with Nigeria's Climate Change Act, which sets the framework for achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2060, the Imo State government has drafted a policy that is expected to serve as a legal and operational framework for climate action. Here in this hall are officials of the Ministry of Environment and Sanitation, representatives of Spaces for Change, civil society groups, policy experts, traditional rulers, community leaders, relevant government agencies, and concerned citizens all gathered to make their voice count on the 2025 Imo State Climate Change Policy Draft.
Essence of the town hall is for citizens to get an opportunity at the drafting stage to see what the contents of the new policy will be, whether it critically addresses the needs, whether it provides solutions to their needs, and if it is not comprehensive or not, an opportunity for them to make an input, make suggestions, make recommendations. Why this process is particularly critical is because once they take it beyond this point and it gets this governor's assent, a stamp of authority, it becomes even harder to make contributions.
Imo State is one of the states in Nigeria, one of the oil-rich states that's susceptible to this. We know we have oil corporations here and oil companies here. And so when they burn fossil fuels or they flare gas, these greenhouse gases are released into the atmosphere, which is what actually causes climate change and global warming. So what the law aims to do is to build a climate resilient Imo State, basically to guide Imo State to be able to address the climate change.
DJ and Eric.
I wake up in the morning and give God praise. Ask for God to guide me along the way. Cause I know there's a price I have to pay. Everything that I do, I do it in judgment. God gave us life, so we can live. God gave us life, every day. God gave us life, God gave us life, so we can live. Don't know how to feel, so we can live. Song of the brother, you always play your part. Faithful in those alright, stop me. God gave us life, so we can live. God gave us life.
DJ's back to Sammy out of the town.
God gave us life, so we love the way. Cause I know it's a price I have to pay. And that I do it, I do it. God gave us life, so we can live. God gave us life.
To be my baby, to the love that's sweet. DJ, yo, DJ, Alex, Eric, to got something for me. On my bedroom, I'm free. Do a good job for me. Sorry, I couldn't make it. No. DJ Pakistan, right? I wanna put me in. But if I think that is your trait, you can do nothing for me. I want a man who will tell you true. One who knows how to use his tool. I need a doctor to fix my front door for me. Drill a hole right through the brick and put a lock into you. It's good.
DJ Saki Sammy out of the town.
So I want you to have no vacancy for a man who will play. I want a man with a lot of style and with his movement is versatile. And I don't want a man can't mind. What I don't want is a fool who doesn't know how to use his tool. Sorry, I couldn't make it. Sorry. Right, what a happy day. Everybody's smiling. So bright. I heard the news that the hottest DJ with the hottest tune. Close your eyes and come along for the ride with DJ Boy 254. And then, but I'm pumping a brand new car. Buffy. And let the people rejoice. And then I heard the news last night. They finally had me stop the fight. Let the people rejoice. And then so much happened before and so much lasted as you know. I love my brother. DJ. DJ, your boy.
DJ Saki Sunny out of the Faro Zone.
DJ Pakistan 254.
To my word, stick to my gun. Believe it when I say it, baby. It's just because you don't understand. Oh, girl, the food is on my bed. I know you've been hurt. I know your love's shy. You don't have to say it, baby. It's gonna take some time. You got my heart in the palm of your hand. Where it's gonna stay there, baby. Give me half a chance. You don't understand. No. Before you think of my plan.
DJ Saki Sunny out of the Faro Zone.
DJ. Hottest DJ with the hottest tune. Close your eyes and come along for the ride with DJ Boy 254.
DJ Sunny 254.
DJ Yo.
But just so long this world now, he gave his own forgotten son. That whatsoever word believeth in him should not perish forever. God did not send his son to come free, condemn his world. But through him his world might be saved. Oh my children, living now. Whatsoever that believeth not, that is condemned already. I'm not ashamed of the gospel of God. I'm not ashamed of the gospel I hear the reggae man falling. Get close to your darling. But if you don't, somebody gonna take your love and break your heart tonight. You better get in at the reading. Because we jump in till morning. And then nobody goes for the good life to the bother with no fuss, no pride. Whiny, whiny. Whiny, whiny. What you feel so nice, so
DJ in your boy.
you like sugar and spice. Look how the dancer rock okay. Ain't nobody stop okay. Just how the drummy and the bassy and the dance rock body. You know, all dancer. Just how the roots man stop okay. You put us well like the man in the head, how we moving from left to right. Whiny, whiny. Please, if somebody sitting close to you is not around, can you call them on the phone and tell them to come in? We're about to start the next session. Please call the next person beside you to come in. The next session is about to start. Thank you. If you're outside, come in. We're about to start. Please call your neighbor.
DJ
NED2025.
Eric.
You know me won't no want to make you know me life. Make it get to life first, just a little more time. Would you say you know me won't no want you right to know my life. Make it get to life. And when I tell me, then well down, don't turn. The feel to my castle, the message to my world. I turn up my life and I'm not shine, shine, girl. I want you. Walk in your life and let me full get down. Steady on, yeah. On the veranda. Give me way.
The hottest DJ with the hottest tune. Close your eyes and come along for the ride with DJ Boy 254.
I know tell me life on the whole shit on back. Things you say, you try, and when I take me, I can't do it.
DJ Sakisami 254. Friendly, my friend, the ones that throw and not sell out. That one up to my friend. My friend, when I step out, the money alone. That one up to my friend. Defend from country straight back down. That one up to my friend. Not pretend. Now I have to see a feeling now. Alright, them a stress you and you a face all the pressure. You can link your friend them because them are there for you. And if your friend them can't that mean your friend them not right. Oh, you have to tell them your business and them go tell everybody. I saw you get to know the ones who really into you. And I know because of where you are, bet them a link with you. You know go watch up in your when them a drink with you. Every friend them got. But I want up my friend. My friend. The ones that true and not sell out. That one up to my friend. My friend. When I step out, the money alone. That one up to my friend. Defend from country straight back down. That one up to my friend. Not pretend. Now I have to see a feeling now. My friend, I'm so happy, yeah. And anytime we link up, it's like a holiday. We on the corner, happy, watch me,
Extractives out of the file zone.
No hypocrite, no parasite papers, no plan they no page they write. Man, they was credit, my God, puppet for their mic. For them, it's not really about the DJ diplomat. Better make a business, a style. The man, come on, they play them, a bed for birth, they like
DJ Eric, DJ Yobo,
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's be seated. We're about to delve into the next panel session of the day, the fifth panel session of NED 2025. Please let's be seated. Welcome back. We hope you've enjoyed these 2 days of NED 2025 and we hope that you're still having a great time here today. To lead the fifth panel session of the day, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome to the stage our moderator, Ms. Obiageli Onora, the Director, Communication and Stakeholders Management, NED. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give her a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, you can do better than this, distinguished guests. Please let's give her a round of applause as she moderates the 5th panel session of NED 2025 titled Unpacking Divestments, Displacements, and the Fight for Redress. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I hope our breakfast was good and the tea break. You networked, right? Took phone numbers, contact, so that we can continue this conversation beyond Akwa Ibom. The next session, which I will be moderating, we'll be looking at unpacking divestment, displacement, and fight for redress. And I will be inviting straight because we do not have time. We'll have another session after this. I will be inviting Mr. Dele Ayanleke, the President Miners Association. So please come up to the stage. Please a round of applause to him as he comes. I have Mr. Francis Ume, the Deputy Director at the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency. Please, if he's in the hall, can you please walk up to the podium? Please, a round of applause for him as he comes. The more we clap, the faster he comes. Yes, clapping is a poor. We also have Miss Glory Alexander. She's the Secretary Ibeno Host Community Development Trust of Akwa Ibom. Is she in the hall? Please clap for the women. Please clap for the women. Clap for the women. Then we have Engineer Akemu Julius. However, there's somebody representing him, Mr. Christopher, Engineer Christopher, right? If you're in the hall, please. Are you here? Oh, thank you. He's representing the Commissioner for Oil and Gas at the Delta State government. And then we have Mr. Celestin Abobari Ogoni from the Ogoni Solidarity Forum, River State. This used to be my friends before. Once you hear these hailings, please put on your helmets. Put on your helmets. These ones do have crude oil running in their veins. They are not violent though. They are only agitating for their right. Please, this microphone is echoing. I don't know, is it to me? And then I think finally we have two more. Abubakar Aliu, I'm from Amba local government area of Kogi State. Please, are you in the room? Can you please come up? And finally, Aminu Muhammad from Nasarawa State host community. I saw him a while earlier. Okay. So in this session, while they're coming up, we will try to unpack the complex realities of divestment, displacement, and redress in Nigeria's extractive sector. As multinationals divest from onshore and shallow assets, many host communities are left with unresolved environmental damage, inadequate compensation, and continued limited participation in decision-making processes. Meanwhile, the race for the battery minerals, of course, we call it the critical minerals, heats up with minerals like lithium and ores, witnessing increased patronage of course, with the attendant insecurity and displacement at the community level. So my rich panel of voices are drawn from policy, community advocacy, and they are all working at different levels of accountability to bring about accountability in our extractive sector. Let me start with the woman next to me. First of all, I want to make an observation. In many of the panels, I've seen just one woman. In fact, there's a panel that didn't even have any woman on it. And I was wondering, is it that we don't have capacity or that we don't have enough of us to make the difference in this space? So we can do better. Particularly, I know that Ford Foundation is focused on gender equality. So we need more women voices. You saw the difference they made in the earlier conversation. Exactly. Yeah, but then I have only 1 out of 7. So I will start with Ms. Glory Alexander. You're the secretary of the Ibeno Host Community Development Trust of Akwa Ibom State. So your community have long hosted oil and gas infrastructure, but you still face incidents of environmental degradation, loss of livelihoods, and poor infrastructure. So what would you describe as the specific impacts that this neglect had on your people? And since the coming on of the Host Community Development Trust, have you witnessed any change, any shift in the way these issues used to happen before?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Okay. For me, okay, I introduce myself again. I'm Glory Alexander Thomas. I'm from Akwa Ibom State, specifically from Ibon local government area of Akwa Ibom State. Secretary MC, which is a management committee of IHCDT, that is Ibon Host Community Development Trust. Well, if we look at the whole system, when before the extractives they came into Ibno, let's say about 60 years ago, Ibno used to be a very beautiful community. Ibno used to be a place where you go in, you relax, you enjoy yourself, you live freely with neighbors, family, and relatives. But since Exxon came into Ibno, which is one of the major oil companies that have operated for about 60 years now in Ibno, we have so much impact, negative impact of ExxonMobil activism in our community. One of the impacts that we could really spell out, which there are many, we look at, let me pick from the health impact on the people of Ibno. The lifespan of Ibno person has been shortened. One, because gas is being fled in Ibno 24/7. In fact, I had a friend that visited and was like, what is burning there? I said, it's gas flare now. For us, it's a normal thing. But to her, it's like, is you know what we used to see in the papers? They used to show us this thing. We see it in the book now. I said, yes, this thing live with us. As long as Exxon is around, as long as they are burning, they are doing extractive activities in our land, this light will remain. In fact, it has become like our companion. Now, one of the implications on our health is that every man in Ibno, please, I'm not trying to embarrass anyone, but one of the things is that it turns men to women. Yes, men to women. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that men don't really function very well.
Big issue.
Yeah. Because the gas flare there, as long as it's burning, it produces heat. And killed a lot of things in the body of a man. Yes, the man cannot function very well. In fact, another implication is that women are sterile. Barrenness is the order of the day. You see a woman that is married for many years, she can't even get pregnant, talk more of putting to bed. And as many that are pregnant, that succeeded in getting pregnant, they have this prolonged process of bringing forth their babies. Miscarriages is like a normal thing. In fact, it's like a normal cycle of a woman in even a local government area. Another thing there, this before now, we used to hear cancer like things that happen in a very far distant land. But today, cancer is on a high rate in Ibno. We just buried a lady of just about 32. She died of breast cancer. And as we speak, the statistic is rising by the day in Ibno because of the gas that is being flayed in Ibno. And another thing, again, we'll look at it. Poverty implication. When you build your house in Ibno, the next 3 months, you need to renovate that building. Your roofing sheet, the next 3 months is gone. So poverty implication on the people because of the gas that is fled in Ibno. Another thing that I could now want to divert a bit is the issue of insecurity. Though it has been arrested, that is where I will bring in my acidity. Before now, if you go, people that fish in our creeks, in our rivers, you don't need to go far. Just within your environment, you pick your fish, your periwinkle, your snake, your whatever, and you prepare a very delicious meal, and you live healthy. But today, our people need to go deep down the sea. In fact, some of them have to go as far as Cameroon and Gabon to fish. And along the way, as they go, they encounter sea pirates. So sea piracy became the order of the day. A lot of them, they are engine boats that are worth millions of naira. They are taken away from them by the sea pirates. Some of them were killed. Some of them, their hands were amputated. Some of them, their eyes were gouged out because they need to go very far to fish. Now, our acidity came in. They stepped in that. That was what Exxon could not do for a long time. But we provided a heavy engine combat boat that they use to go deep down there to combat with the sea pirates. And that has stopped automatically. Our people are now free to go and fish. Before now, they go in and look at you. They say, this woman fine, oh. They carry your wife and go. They carry your pot of soup and go. That was what was happening. Another thing that our acidity was able to put in place, in fact, for me, it's like our acidity is a role model. Even our acidity, thank you for that. In terms of, health intervention, educational interventions, we have recorded a huge success in that sector. Do you know that in Ibono, you don't have drinking water? You don't have drinking water, like water that you drink. In fact, for us to even farm, we need to import our soil. We go as far as importing the soil to do this organic farming or planting in Ibono. But when the acidity came, we started, looking at how can we solve the problem? Right now, we are doing a lot of empowerment in that area, in the area of agriculture, to make sure that our people go back to farming because the sea is already contaminated. Let me hold on here. Maybe later we continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that intervention. So what it means is that there is a shift from what used to be with the HCDTs, with the emergence or the constitution of the Host Community Development Trust.
Yeah.
So that's the plus for the PIA. Please, a round of applause for her. I'll come to Mr. Celestine Apobari. You were being hailed when you were coming up. I have my helmet on. Yeah, yes. So you have been advocating for improved welfare for your people. What would you project? She's talked about experiences before, PIA, and now with the PIA. Now you are faced with the issue of divestments and, of course, the attendant negative consequences. So what would you project will be the impact of these divestment of assets, by IOCs on host communities like yours, who have been saddled with negative consequences of oil exploration in the past 5 decades?
Well, thank you very much. And good afternoon, comrades. Thanks for coming. I caught some of you laughing when, she was talking about the programs and pains, our plight, everyday companion that we had. And I remember an adage that says that a funeral procession is like a dance. So some people, they say, they will be beating drum. No, it's a dance. Some people will rush. But when you are the person hosting, it is not a dance. So I caught some of you laughing, but terribly, it shouldn't be a laughing matter. On a serious note, because what the oil company had done to the Niger Delta people is something I don't think any research will be able to bring out the truth in it. Some research that have been done said that all of us are hydrocarbon in our blood, meaning that we are all highly, very inflammable. As I am now, I can catch fire. So be careful if you are smoking around me. No, I'm serious about that. Talking about what a project will be the impact of the investment, I think there are many, but it's like pounding a big mortar of pepper and putting it in a bleeding wound, because we are already bleeding with them around. It's like what the king was saying yesterday. You came into our environment, you devastate the place, mess up everything, destroy our means of livelihood. Even with the people that still have their livelihood intact, life is not easy without the government carrying out their responsibilities. It is that fishing and farming that we use in sending our children to school and taking care of medical bills. There are some hospitals in our area that if they are to carry out surgery on your relation, any person you bring to the clinic, you will hire a generator to that place. That is with livelihood. But if you don't have, what will happen? Right now, you all know 90% of the people that are seated here, your children are all in private school because you have a means. What of the Niger Delta people whose means of livelihood have been completely destroyed? So you can just imagine, but to just give you a summary of what will happen, you go to Otuabage. This community you people call Oloebiri. It is not Oloebiri, Otuabage that actually was the first place that oil was struck. If you go there, they have left that place for a very long time. In fact, during Obasanjo time, they wanted to build a national museum for oil in that place. But since then to today, there is no year or month that you don't see the equipment spilling oil into the creeks, into the farm, into people's home. So that should just give you a picture of what will happen. In Ogoni, we stopped oil production in 1993, but there is hardly any month that there is no oil spill within the Ogoni communities, or due to equipment failure. All the oil pipelines that were laid 7 decades today, even if it was God that
created the pipeline, they will be dead by now. Because the Bible says 70 years is okay. Talk of these things that were made by common men. If you just put, in fact, the transnational pipeline that takes all the crude to Bonny for export, they are now all exposed. I don't know whether they were buried before, but they are now all exposed. If you put your finger in it, your finger will go in. But this country, I don't know, we are so careless. They are only mindful about what goes into their pocket, unfortunately, anyway. I don't blame them. 99% of the oil wells in the Niger Delta are owned by people who will never visit Niger Delta till they die. They don't know what is happening. So we are the people that live with the negative consequences of having oil. So that should just give you a picture of what will happen. It's like pounding pepper and putting it in a bleeding wound. So our punishment will be multiplied by 100 folds.
Thank you very much. It's a round of applause for him. We will talk about the policies surrounding divestment in the next round of questions, because there are issues that we also need to unpack in this conversation. But I'm coming to Mr. Malam Amin Mohammed. Yesterday, from the host community, yesterday I heard lamentations here where you complained, you and the guy from Kogi complained about having, for instance, the chief security officer of the state, the person of even the governor, summoning the companies, and then they don't even respond. What do you think will breed such audacity or arrogance? Oh, is that? What do you think will breed such arrogance, audacity, that a chief security officer of the state will summon operators working in his state, in maybe environmental issues or concerns concerning his people, because he's responsible for your welfare, and they don't even want to listen? How did we get to this point?
Thank you very much, ma'am. My name is Muhammad Aminu from Nasarawa State. Please, before I respond to your questions, please permit me to confirm Dr. Okonu conversation in the last this thing, just for a minute.
Yeah.
Actually, she spoke on the policy from the ministry, and I just want to confirm that actually that policy is working, especially the issue of the consent letter is really giving the farm owner power, because when you brought a consent to a community, the farm owners will just look at there is a coordinate in the consent letter. So that coordinate, farm owner will say it, I only want a portion of this place only. The rest of the place, I will use it for my farmland, and that is taken. So you can see that is how the policy is going down to our community, and we recommend the ministry for that. And actually, we in Nasarawa State, with this policy, what we see in Nasarawa State is a proof that when government and investors and community work together, transformation is not only possible, it is already happening, especially in my community, in the Gindinduse community. Responding to your questions that
between your community and the companies or operators working in your community?
Yes, and yesterday I was trying to explain how the governor, the industrial governor, come into intervention, and that works. He works, and we have the impact positively now. Why? Because as of yesterday, when I was speaking here, the governor is in my right immediate community, which is Endo. It's on the air. It's on the air. Even the national television speak it. Why is it there? You want to interact with the community directly. You can see how a governor of that caliber can come down to a community, which is even a village area, not even a local government. And what he said yesterday, I want to quote it vividly, that these companies, they have 0.5 million naira in dollars. Sorry, in dollars. 0.5 million in his own possession, dollars, that is set aside for the community, for their social amenities. And these things is taken every year. So as of yesterday, the governor was just giving us two weeks to submit our proposed projects. So you can see he works. That policy actually, because the policy comes from the ministry, you can see that is what I said. It's now going down to the community. And because of this policy, as I'm talking to you now, you know, our lithium processing or lithium exploration is a renewable energy. So the impact is less compared to oil and gas. So in our community, you can see where somebody is mining, a company is mining here, why I engage my farming activities right close to the fence of the company. It helps and he works. Initially, when Miss Doctor, she was saying about this environmental impact assessment, initially my community are saying, this one is just a talks. But in my community, that environmental impact assessment, the company will even show you the license. They will issue them because there is an agency in charge of that from the ministry. So they will bring the environmental impact assessment certificate and the company will make it known to the community. Actually, he works.
So from what I'm getting from your intervention is that for you, the policies by the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development is working in terms of host communities, the mining communities, and government relationship. It's working. But the story from our oil and gas host communities seem to be different. We'll come back to this later. You from Kogi State, do you have similar experience or is experience different from what our friend from Nasarawa is sharing now?
Hello, yes. We have a pit dip. And although the difference is not much, like the environmental impact assessment. In fact, when company come to our side, in the first place, we have a trained engineer in United Kingdom. He's my brother. He's a director and he's the engineering, Federal Polytechnic Ida. He came down home and set up an environmental impact assessment committee and set some guidelines, areas we're supposed to look for before we accept a mining company in our environment, because we don't know what may possibly happen in the future. And once again, this mineral that we're even talking about, once a community is blessed with mineral resources and a company comes to extract it, at least there must be something that that company will give to that community in return. And we have a lot of companies in my local government extracting mineral resources from ground. But there are some companies, most especially Korea companies, Chinese companies are there. They didn't do any development at all to the host community. They are just giving money to those in government. They are giving money to those in power, and the entire community are suffering. And this mineral that God bless them, they're supposed to have this blessing in a uniformed way. So these are some of the problems we are facing in our community.
experience is slightly different from that of Malam.
Exactly.
Yours is a mixture of the good and the bad.
Yes, advantage and
I'll come back
disadvantage.
to you in terms of, to Malam Aminu, in terms of how you were able to, your community and your state has been able to, arrive at this very, exciting success stories that you're sharing today. I'll come back to you. But before then, I want to speak with Engineer Christopher Wama. You're representing the Honorable Commissioner for Delta, Ministry of Oil and Gas. So how would you describe compensation? We've had from both the oil and gas communities and then even from the mining communities. But for the oil and gas community, which is where your state is situated, how would you describe compensation arrangements, community engagement and environmental management, including inclusion in the decision-making process in Delta State, especially as it concerns divestment? Were you consulted? Are you part of the decision-making process, or is it happening overhead?
Well, thank you for the question. But before then, let me just, my name is Engineer Wama Christopher from Delta State, and I want to apologize for the absence of my Honorable Commissioner. He would have been here for this important event, but he has a busy schedule, so he couldn't make it. So, well, to describe compensation by oil and gas company operating in Delta State, I will say, well, most oil companies like Shell, Egypt, has been criticized heavily for failing to pay compensation, on oil spills, gas flaring, and contamination of farmlands and fisheries. And host communities have reported severally thousands of reports as per non-payment of compensation to the host communities. And as I speak with you, the issues are unresolved to date. Then come to the area of community engagement and inclusion. Local civil societies, CSOs, women's groups, and host community have demanded for meaningful involvement in the process of in the divestment plans and environmental restoration, of which they don't even involve them. They don't involve them because they will leave a very big negative impact on the communities, which the community suffers today. Then you want to talk about environmental management and restoration. Oil spills have been, without the way the oil and gas company manage the oil spills in Delta is, in fact, it's a very sad one. I can give you the case of, there's one community in the Ndukwa East, Beleku community. Spill happened 5 years ago. Up till now, they are still going back and forth. No meaningful cleanup has been done to date. NOSRA was involved in that exercise. Ministry of Environment was involved. Even my ministry, oil and gas, was also involved. You go there, they say they want to do tests. The company is denying that they're not the one that owns the crude. So the NOSRA man now called the head office in Warri then that look at issues, let them come. So when the Indian man had that the man from DPR called the office in Warri to come and do fingerprints. He also said, okay, so come, okay, let us go and discuss. Let's go and discuss. But the people really came. When they came, they couldn't do the fingerprint. They now accepted that it's a crude. They accepted that it was a crude. Oh yeah, pay compensation to these people. Till now, the issue has not been resolved. It's still unresolved. Then talk about the issue of the investment and the investment and what restoration you said. Okay. Now, when these oil companies leave, like I'll give you instance now, Ajib in Delta State, when they leave, the community are not aware. Before you know, they say Orlando has taken over the company. Then because they have issue then, there's oil spill that happened then in Ole, in Olomoro. The issue has not been resolved. But when they leave, they didn't know. So when Orlando came, they were telling them, say, well, they don't know about that. So we invited them to our office for a meeting about 2-3 times. Some were resolved, but some were not resolved up to now. We are still handling it. The community are boiling, but we are calming them down that it to be resolved.
So what's the role of the state government?
Yeah,
your ministry.
Yeah,
now,
my
what's your
ministry.
role in the divestment of these assets? Do you play any role at all, or turn around, the federal government? Do you have any role in intervening in how it is done? I know what the law says. We'll come to that later.
Okay. You know, when you want to intervene, they will tell you that it's exclusive list of the federal government. But when issues come up like this, when they want to shut down this thing, they will come to our office. They will do a letter to invite them for a meeting. Based on that, the committee will count, and since we have invited them for a meeting, but discussion will still be ongoing until we just have to pacify them. Don't do anything. Don't take laws into your hands. We'll handle it. Some was resolved partially. Some are yet to be resolved. So, but we don't play much role. But the role we can play is just to calm the community down, not to do anything funny or take laws into their hands.
Okay, so I want you to know this because I'll be coming back to you. Do you think the law should be looked into to allow or bring in at the state level, to bring you in the management, for instance, of the HCDTs? Is there anything any role that you can play in the divestment of these assets? Should there be amendment of the laws and all? I'll come back to you on that. But to my engineer from NOSRA, Mr. Francis, you work in the oil and gas sector specifically, and you also work in the community specifically where there are spillages and all of that. Do you think that the host communities are adequately represented in the decision-making processes from your operations? And do you think other stakeholders need to also be involved to make this process a lot more inclusive from the government perspective or from your operational view?
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to make a report. The report is that I was outside for the tea break, enjoying my tea.
And when you were ambushed?
When I was ambushed into this panel.
You want to run away.
And I want to say that I don't know whether it was because I failed the previous class.
Or maybe
and I was meant to repeat this. Or I did so well that I was asked to
the government perspective.
Okay, thank you.
From the sector.
So talking about the issue of whether communities are adequately
from your operational
involved from our own operation, I think there's nothing that we do as an agency, nothing from the point of verification of spill to the point of remediation that we don't involve community. None at all. But when it comes to divestments and all, that's not within our bit. Whether they are adequately involved in the process of divestments and all that, I can't speak about that.
Yeah.
But when it comes to...
What I wanted to know is, I said from your perspective, from your operational perspective at the community level.
Sufficiently.
No, do you think, okay, that's when it comes to oil spillage and all of that. But in terms of remediation,
yes,
do you think they are adequately consulted from what you see? This is Chatham House now. We are not going to be quoted anywhere because we're trying to see how we can intervene, how we can, we're unpacking all of these issues. So we also want some government sister agencies to say
speak truth to power on what we can do differently.
I tell you, from our own end, remediation is one of our processes. You know, even to the point of closeout exercise, when we go back to pick samples, communities are actively involved. Remediation processes, in fact, it's so done that when you go for sampling, what is expected to happen is that you pick a sample, put it in, let's say, a container, for instance. It is expected that the agency will take their own sample from that same container.
Okay, so why are there
The
still
community will take theirs.
still incidences or complaints of spillages, environmental remediation that have not been done? If the process is as seamless as you're trying to make us believe, why do we still have these complaints that we have blowout pipes that have not been fixed and all of that?
No, I'm not saying that there are no sites that had not been taken care of. What I'm saying is that when we eventually get to taking care of it, they are actively involved.
You mean the host committees are active? Anyway, I'll come back to Ms. Glory to attest to that. But Mr. Dele Ayanleke, from the mining perspective, do you think our existing laws and regulations are sufficient enough to address environmental remediation issues, whether in the mining or even in the oil and gas sector? Are there rooms for, do have room for improvement?
Definitely, yes. Yesterday when we were here, we talked a lot about the need for to fast track the process of reviewing the Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act. I'm sorry I won't be able to say much on the oil and gas. I'm not a player in that sector. But in the solid mineral sector, I think there is substantial rooms for improvement. A law that has been exempt for 18 years needs some touches to be able to make sure that it's speak to the present reality. When that law was being fashioned, we didn't have much of a host community awareness. But now, and especially with the fact that the volume of operations in the mining sector is actually improving, and mining is like the proverbial omelette, which you cannot make without breaking the egg. Without, tampering with the soil, with the ground, with the environment, you can't get minerals out of it. So, and for this reason, there is just that space for not only to review the laws, but to make sure that we accelerate the process. Because the agitation is getting more loud. And of course, it's affecting a lot of our relationship. It's affecting even the performance of the sector. I want to speak briefly, respond briefly to what the national state government, because I had that question that it seems national state government is getting it right substantially. I would say yes. National state, Kebbi state, Kaduna states, in terms of trying to open the space for mining investments in their states, they score a very good mark. National state is not clamping down on miners. National state is complementing the effort of the ministry to make sure that mining investments grow in that region. National state government is inviting processors to make sure that the minerals coming out of national states are processed in national states. This will improve the economy of that state more than anything. And of course, it creates jobs for their youths. Kebbi State recently followed a very major mining company in the state to China, to that company's partner in China, to make sure that every arrangement is well seated to the benefit of Kebbi State. Kaduna State has a Kaduna mining development company that is trying to make sure that all mining companies rein in to the rules and regulations governing mining in order for Kaduna State also to benefit optimally from that, mining investment. Unlike other states that are issuing executive orders to clamp down on mining activities, and a child that says his or her mother will not sleep also will not get sleeping IO. So this is what is happening. So now I want to give a piece of advice to the mining host communities, because I'm from a mine. I said yesterday briefly that I'm from my entry into mining is through community engagements. And I'm not saying that what has happened in my community can be 100% okay in other communities, but I think it can be adopted and modified to suit whatever happens. To suit the peculiarities of every mining host community. When minerals were discovered at the backyard of our town, unfortunately, Engineer Ganiyu and Dr. Okono are not on seat because they need to combine. Sometimes they need to combine their official duties with some sort of advisory to these mining host communities. In Oyo State, my community is, share boundary along the western Nigerian-Benin border. When these artisanal miners came in from nowhere, they discovered the minerals. They played that people have been farming for years. They have been seeing all those shiny things. They didn't know what it meant. But when they came, because of their own knowledge, they started digging, getting the minerals. They were just coming in droves like that. So the Oyo State area mines office then, and the Geological Survey Department, that was what NGSA was then. NGSA means Nigerian Geological Survey Agency, but then it was a department in the ministry. When they heard about it, they came to the place and they saw people, plenty of this artisanal miner that they couldn't control. They came back to the town. They called the community leaders and said, let us give you one advice. If you want to monitor what's going on here, you want to control what's going on here, call all your allies. Anyone among them who have investment mind, they can invest in mining. They can also compete with other mining companies that will come later. That is why some people came together in my community and we incorporated a company. By that time, what we used to enter into mining is we call it entry into mining certificate. We also go up prospecting license. Other companies were coming. And because of the fact that we didn't have much knowledge, we used that company and we are partnering with companies who have good knowledge about mining. Today, was from this involvement that I became the National President Manager of Nigeria after serving as secretary for 9 years. So what I'm saying is that this model can be adopted. You cannot just sit down and be making noise that people are doing this, but get involved. From this conversation, the committee now set up a committee known as the Community Mining Management Committee. This committee, I'm also the secretary. We are the link between the mining companies and the community. We regulate. We also help the community to anything conversation about CDA, consent, everything. We help the community. And anything that comes from the community development, we help the community to manage it. So I just want to make this advice that it is not just good for us to just give our children, just go and be digging holes with these mining companies. We also employ community youths, and we make sure that all the other communities, because we have a cluster association, which you call Commanders Association. We just have to make sure that we bring a lot of our youths who have interest in working with them as supervisors, as workers, and things like that, even engineers. So I just want to advise our mining host community. I don't know how this can be adopted in oil and gas, but we can adopt this. We can adopt and modify to suit our peculiarities in our different environments. Making agitation without getting involved. I mean, there was a time when this company hit a huge deposit of tantalite, and tons of tantalite were going up every day. The community, we are fighting each other. Oh, you are not doing land. This is not doing land. One day, something just came to our sense, and we called the meeting of all the mining companies. And they said, so you want to wake up now? We like the way you are fighting each other now. Be fighting. We'll be taking away your minerals. So it is just very important for us to get really involved. To get not by just making agitations that we want to do this and want to do, we want this, we want to that. We regulate the community, our community cannot make any unnecessary demand from any mining company because we, their sons, we are involved. We know what it takes to invest in mining. The mining company also cannot tell lies to the community because we know everything. So it is just good for us to make sure that we adopt some models that will make sure that we get involved, we know what is happening, and be able to regulate demand and supply in terms of community development agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for him. You mentioned something about agitation without involvement. I'll throw this to Mr. Celestine Akobari. What would you see or view as meaningful remediation? And if there are legislative gaps, that need to be addressed to include host communities in decision-making processes. The mining sector seems to be getting it right. They are not there yet, but you can see that the story is not as bad as it is in the oil and gas sector. We have the PIA today, and of course, implementation is going on. But what do you think needs to be done, to get us off the hook when it comes to the oil and gas sector? There seems to be a recurring decimal on negativity information and activities happening in that sector. How do we proceed?
Well, I feel very bad and sad that we are talking about how we can remedy something that has been stolen away for 7 decades. Stolen away. The Niger Delta people and the environment have been raped, even without protection, without a condom. Raped severally and infected. I'm not sure that you have gone through the UNEP report on Ogoni or the Bayelsa report. Quite a lot of things has gone wrong. And I will feel so bad to begin now to tell you 1, 2, 3, the best thing we should do right now to talk about a better remediation of the Niger Delta or the area that have been devastated is to shut down all the oil wells in the Niger Delta. You see this Victoria, she trained some of us, myself, yeah, quite a lot of us, right there in the field in Niger Delta. It was this Victoria that stopped Amechi from, Amechi was this Wike is joking. He's not even up to the force that Amechi commanded. The Amechi that walked without soldiers into a Teketon, then I'll chase him out. See, his 8 years at Teke did not return to Niger Delta. This Victoria went, stop him from demolishing waterfront community in River State. Stop him from expanding his banana waiting. It was in Victoria. So what I think that we should do, right here, what I think we should do is to stop everything about oil. Shut down all the oil wells. After all, there are countries that do not have oil and minerals, so they are doing better than us now. Are they not doing better than us?
Yeah.
That Kensarua would have been alive if not for oil. That he was asking that, hey, come and clear up the mess. They say, kill him. What kind of country is that? So the best thing we should do, so simple answer, let's shut down all the oil wells. Let's cancel everything that have been done about divestment. I know Victoria, that's why I'm calling her name. She knows what I'm talking about. This writing report, meeting, and this will not solve this problem. We'll go to UPROC office, set up our canopy there, buy our goats, sit down there, and be eating until they reverse everything that have been done on divestment. Remediate, restore our environment to where you met it. It is the only way. Otherwise, all this one we are look at Ogoni that we are talking. I'm a member of Governing Council, IPREP. $1 billion that you are hearing about, whoa. It was just a take-off grant for a cleanup that will take 30 years. The $1 billion was supposed to be for the first 5 years, $200 million per year. The government of Nigeria is yet to contribute 1 kobo to that cleanup. The money that is being used is contributed by the oil company. The government of this country that go to bed with the oil company every night has not contributed 1 kobo to that cleanup. We are not sincere in this country. Just now that they were thinking about reopening oil wells in Ogoni, and university have been given to Ogoni people. Ken Sarawu have been part of. Ken Sarawu is now a hero. You have been given national award. The Port Harcourt to Ogoni road that have been there for decades. I slept on that road 7 nights, 7 days. Akpabio was a minister. They did nothing. Right now, day and night, they are working. So when Jonathan said that people that are pretending to sleep, it's difficult to wake up, it is true. We are dealing with very unsincere people. So this cleanup thing will not work until all the oil wells are shut down, because Ogoni will not be clean until other part of the Delta Delta are clean, because we are a ring together. If there's a pollution in Andoni, it gets to Ogoni the next morning. Ogoni will not be clean until all the part of the Delta are clean.
Thank you very much. Let me open the floor for comments from the audience. We will take just three because of time. Okay, Victoria, you will have the closing comments, right? If that's okay. So I'll take you one. Badum, do you? Okay, you want to ask a question? Okay, I have somebody there. You're number 2. This is number 1. This is number 2. I said 3. Is there gender? I can't. Yeah, of course, I can't say no to King Dakolo. Or if not, I will not go back to Abuja. and sir, please, and then he's my in-law. I didn't say that. I'm marrying a princess from Elsa. So, sir, please, we'll start with you. Can they give me microphone, please?
Thank you so much. I want to comment this panel and state as follows, because we are wondering why.
Say something. I want you in your address to also suggest, because from what I've gathered here, we have so much mistrust and frosty relations between both the company, the host communities, and government. So in your address now, can you please profile a way forward towards rebuilding this trust and thawing these frosty relations that seems to have made us not to make progress, even with the beautiful laws that we've enacted?
That would take me about an hour. So let me just use a few minutes to say what I think I should say. From the onset, there is been a clear departure between how solid minerals are being handled with the host communities and host states as opposed to oil. So for oil and gas since 1969 via Decree 51, the oil and gas was centralized, and the federal government comes with force to ensure that they drill and take the oil whether you like it or not. Do you understand the difference? Yes, so there is a big federal government there that does not want you to even say a thing if you are oil producing. So that difference. So when the PIA was passed in 2021, there has been the Solid Minerals Act much earlier. That one says that, look, no matter what you want to do, go and see the people, discuss with them, and ensure that they agree. You agree with them and whatever terms they bring. Even if it is goat, give them goat. If they say sheep, give them sheep. If they say bring a helicopter, give them. If they do not agree, then do not work there. You see the difference? But in the case of oil and gas, whether you like it or not, you can be booted away from your town. And a pipeline can pass through your palace. It doesn't matter. So that difference has to be understood, that one group of people are literally being helped to do it, while the other group are being aggressed. So to stop it is that the federal government of Nigeria should stop aggressing the oil and gas producing communities and people, and should work with the IOCs or the oil and gas companies to ensure that they remediate. So they clean up, they restore the environment, and then they pay for the years of hardship they've caused. That way, we'll have a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So I'll come back to you here.
All right. Yeah, good afternoon once again. My name is Mfon Gabriel, the Executive Director of Pierre Foundation. I want to ask the panelists from Nasarawa State. Since yesterday you spoke glowingly about your governor being so interested with the mining operations in your community. And then today you also added that about $500,000 was, has been set aside for social projects in your community. I want to ask, don't you think that the involvement of your governor could mean that directly or indirectly, he is a natural owner of the company in your community, especially with his involvement? And then secondly, want to also know whether your community have gotten the community development agreements where all the projects that should actually go to your community in terms of social projects should be documented in your CDA. Do you even have a CDA to start with? Then secondly, we also want to know from the HCDTs are represented in the panel. Our engagements with several of the HCDTs, we know that different HCDTs have their different peculiarities, but want to know to what extent funds is being released timely, and what is equally holding the funds from both the company to the trust fund accounts and from the trust fund accounts to the project. Are they actually following the timelines in terms of what we have in the community development plans as well as the budgets? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take all the questions and Victoria's comment, then we'll come back here. He answers the question and from there, last word, and we're done with the panel conversation. So there's somebody there before Victoria. The last speaker there. See him behind. And I hope you've taken note of his question. Okay. And so start framing your answers, right? 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Fineface, Dumnamene Fineface, Executive Director, Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center, YEAC, Nigeria. My question will go to the NOSRA rep there. What happens that in some communities where OSP occur, you do not carry out joint investigation visits? Example, an OSP occurred in Eteo community on 21st June 2023. Till date, you've not carried out JIV on that speed site. Secondly, you talked about community involvement in your JIV processes. How come communities do not still trust you? They do not trust you because they believe that your logistics to the JIV sites are supported by the multinational oil companies operating on that pipeline right of way. As a result of that, the outcome of the processes are always controversial. What steps are NOSRA putting in place to ensuring that they have enough budgets to carry out independent JIV in communities to gain community trust and buy-in? Now, to Nasarawa State, you talked about the solid mineral minings in those areas, and you also talk about the possibility of having cooperatives to work with them so that in case of an incident, they will have a way of collaborating to address the issues. In July 2020, late President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, launched the Presidential Artisanal Gold Mining Development Initiative, PAGMI, for solid mineral mining operations that are being done illegally in parts of the north and western Nigeria. What have you done to key into that process and ensuring that members of your communities are benefiting from that particular initiative? Thirdly,
it's okay.
No, let me just add this one.
It's only 2 minutes to answer all of
Yeah,
this
let me just add this one. What we talk about PAGMI, which is for solid minerals in parts of the north and western Nigeria, we have also called for similar thing to happen in the Niger Delta region where we have illegal oil miners, for them to establish the Presidential Artisanal Crude Oil Refining Development Initiative, PACOD. How come that we are not collaborating to push for these illegal mining operations to be pushed into the national economic framework so that we can address issues of pollutions within our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll come to Victoria. You've given him jump question, including the ones he could answer and the ones that should be directed to the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Oil and Gas. Oh, sir, is Victoria not speaking?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. 1 minute, please.
Thank you. Please, I want to ask Noam the difference why in the north you are Nasarawa.
Yes.
The government gives you rights, to be part and parcel in extracting your mineral resources, whereas in the south, we are being hunted and be labeled, what do you call it, illegal bongers. And then the other one is Ogoni, in Ogoni, our brother. We are away since the death of Sarah. We were even during his time that there has been serious human rights abuse in your community. What is the situation today? Has that improved or not? We just want to have that information from you. And then the other one is the news that there is a new company in Ogoni now that are doing remediation. What is the state of the environment now, given that situation in your community? Thank you so much.
So to Victoria, you looked at the question he asked, right? Okay.
Yes, my question, just to the one is a comment, one is a comment, one is a question. The first one, you said Nasarawa is not clamping down on miners, and the governor has created a level playing field, an open door for everyone. I just wanted to ask a question about the security dimensions because of this open door policy to everyone. Does it have any implications on security? How are people being vetted to enter into that space and use mineral resources? That is the first question. The second question, you said that the reason for opening that space up for private sector participation is increased youth employment, and a lot of local youth are employed. So if there is data showing that because of mining activities, there's no more unemployment in Nasarawa, that's the sort of interesting data that the National Bureau of Statistics will be interested in, to capture the amount of employment that has been created and use that to also update national records.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll start with Mr. Aminu. Okay. Pardon me. 1 minute. 60 seconds.
Not a violation of my right to expression. Okay. As a rider to what Victoria just said, and also partially related to issues of security in the extractives, because we can't be talking about extractives and not talk about the voluntary principle on human rights and security. This is one platform that we have been advocating over the years for Nigeria to be a signatory to. We've had in-country working groups trying to work on this and trying to done a lot of advocacy to government agencies. The Nigeria needs to adopt this because it's a tripartite kind of situation. It's a win-win for all the stakeholders, both the community, the government, the CSOs. And I'm surprised that up till now we are still dragging feet. I remember some years back, a security personnel attached, let me not name the name of the company now, one of the extractive companies in Benue State, shot a pregnant woman. The other person was also shot because the guy was easing himself by the company site. I know the commission had to pay a lot of amount for compensation. So what are the extractive and security issues around your own zones? We need to find out what's happening to security as it relates to the extractives in your zone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll start with you, Mala Aminu, to answer the questions put to you.
Thank you very much. Actually, he's talking about the CD and then the 0.5 million US dollars. And you see, I have to give kudos to the ministry, actually. The community development agreement was signed before this 0.5 million. This 0.5 million was an additional. This effort was from the state government. You know, when this company came in, let me make clearly, that is this company, Gafen Lithium Industry Limited. When they came in, the ministry, I have to give kudos to the ministry again. The ministry said that go down to the community, get their consent, which they did. After getting their consent, we have to sign community development agreements separately with them, which is on ground. Then this 0.5 million US dollars that was set aside for the community for a period of 10 years, as soon as they exist there, every year to the community, it was the effort of His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule. He has to travel down to China and said, okay, you are Gafen, right? Yes. Are you going to have a processing plant in Indo? Or are you going to pick these minerals to Ogun State? Because when this company come in, they have a processing plant in Ogun. Initially, they are packing our raw material from Indo to Ogun State. Then our governor shut down that movement automatic and he traveled to China. And the company promised him that they are going to build the largest lithium processing plant in Nigeria.
Sorry, Mr. Aminu. So what we are saying, that's what they are trying to, the question they are asking you. There seems to be, was it different treatments for different host communities? In this instance, we can see your governor taking strides, to push the state in terms of the exploitation and the beneficiation of solid minerals in his state. And they are saying in the oil and gas sector, it is not so. The state government and even the host communities are not allowed. That's not what I'm getting here. They are not allowed to take up such initiatives. So, and that's the question Victoria is also asking. And then my guy there, right? That's the question you want to know. It's not. You are asking those questions.
That is the second question. The second question says, why in the north the government gives right to the host community? That is the second question. But the first question was, the CDA, was it signed? The CDA was signed even before the commencement of the job. And that right was given to us from the ministry because we have a very good collaboration with the ministry. And let me make this thing clear, please. As I'm talking to you, as I sit here, I have a letter from MCO. I have a letter from MCO signed by Engineer Mustafa M. Yusuf that my community, also Azamu Umar Gwandala, you are to appear before the MCO on the 5th August 2025, just to confirm one company that came in for a consent. As I'm sitting here, this is the letter sending to me through the email. That is just the kudos to the ministry now. Then the second question is, why is in the north, the government gives right? Actually, let me tell you, especially I speak from my governor. My governor is a very free, kind governor. If you can see, I have a conversation with the governor directly, even before he go to China. You can see how I'm nobody. I'm only a secretary to Indo Community Chief. And Indo Community Chief is a rural area. It is not even recognized by the state government. He was not even paying salary. But the governor has to come down and say, what can we do? You see, when he said that, I lack something to say. I always tell him that, sir, you came from the Dangote because the governor was once an employee in Dangote. So when he asks, we give him all the consent that he should go. And today, as I'm talking to you, yesterday is in my community to see the level of the development of Gafen. And they have about 80% completion of that factory. 6,000 capacity processing daily because we have large deposit of lithium in my community.
1 minute more.
In security, the governor is a people security. He carry everybody along. Everybody. That what I mean by everybody, he normally have a meeting with the community leaders.
So,
That is
so,
community.
so what we're gathered is, please, one house, is that the difference is the response time. That's what you're trying to put across.
Yes.
The response time and the disposition of the ministry, the regulators, and the state government.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
In the mining sector, particularly in your state, as
Yes.
compared to what is obtainable in the oil and gas sector.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Please, ma'am. Please
thank you.
permit me to just say something, please.
Okay.
Please, I just want to make these suggestions, especially to the local investors. Let our local investors think beyond the participation in clean energy as a profit-making business or bringing discouraging from its risks, but see it as a future of this nature, of this nation. Why? Because the world is moving from the oil and gas industry to clean energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So who is the next question addressed to? Nosra. You have a lot of bullets targeted at you.
Well, I think it's just from one person.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. The first question he asked is that
that's fine.
Why have we not done a GIV in a particular location? I'm just hearing of that now.
Yeah.
It is the duty of everyone who sees an oil spill to report it either to the operator or to us. So I don't know if that spill has been reported. However, I will take it up with him when I leave here.
Okay.
I'm surprised that we have not conducted a GIV for any spill. So that's
Fine Face, are you listening or are you engaged in another conversation?
He's gone out.
Outside.
He's gone out.
So when he comes back, he has to meet.
Tell him to meet me. I'm surprised that there's a spill that a joint investigation visit is pending. Please tell him to meet me.
Okay.
Then he talked about issues of if communities are so involved, like I have said, why don't they still trust us? Well, you cannot force somebody to trust you. All you need to do is to continue to do things that will engender that trust. And that is what we have always done. Our job is like a job of the judge that is in the courts. When politicians go to the judge and the judge gives a decision one way or the other, the man that is lucky enough to have come out victorious will say, oh, judiciary is the last hope of the common man, while the other man is lambasting the judiciary. We may go for an investigation and they say, what is the cause of spill? If you have come with a mindset and it now turns out that it's in your favor, I don't expect that you like me. But the decision that we have reached, is it the truth or not? I cannot, because of the fact that I want you to like me, I want you to trust me, I will now bend it to favor you. So when it favors the operators, they say, oh, Nosra is good. And communities begin to, lash on us. When it favors the community, they say Nosra is good. And operators are like, oh, they are conniving with them. We are comfortable with it. What it means is that we are doing our job. Then the issue of why do we come with their logistics? I'm surprised that at Fine Face's level, that he doesn't understand that there's something that is called joint venture. It is a joint, it is not just GIV, joint venture. That whatever the operators are doing, the federal government has a stake, a particular stake in it. It is within that stake that we operate, that will come in one vehicle. It's just to avoid duplication. And it is within that stake of the federal government that we are operating. So we know that, we know that so well, and I can assure you that it doesn't affect our decision in any way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So finally, we'll come to Celestine. Some questions were also fired at you.
Yeah, he asked about the current security situation in Ogoniland. The only difference now is that there is no military base in Ogoni. However, the war in Ogoni wasn't that conventional. It was an ecological warfare, and it is still ongoing. Ken Saro-Wiwa said that in conventional war, guns are shot, bones are broken, blood spilled. But in ecological warfare, no bone is broken. You don't see blood. You don't see people shooting. But more people die in ecological warfare than conventional war. So people are dying. Nothing has changed. In fact, more people die now. The only festival going on every weekend in Ogoni is burial. It's like a carnival. People miss their way, miss corpses. Then talking about resumption of oil operation. It is only a madman that will turn on the tap and be mopping the floor at the same time. You have to commission a cleanup of a place. The next morning, you are bringing company to come and take, who will resist them. They should be ready. They should dig mass grave. You can't just say you are coming to clean up the place. It will take 30 years. You are yet to even clock 7 years. You are now bringing another company. You are, I mean, what kind of madness is that?
So
no oil company will commence operation.
So last 1 minute for all the panelists. Sorry, just 1 minute. Madam from Kogi State, sir. Please, in one sentence, how can we ensure accountability and rebuilding trust for our communities, between our communities, the companies, and government? One sentence.
Okay.
One way we can do that.
Okay, I advise that most especially some of us are novice because we hear a lot of things here that we didn't hear before. I advise that there's need for the organizer of this program to expand the net of our discussion by making their recommendations available for public consumption, please, so that we will be following up. Thank you very much.
Celestine, please, 1 minute.
I would like that community people participate and be involved in every, because, I mean, for God's sake, you are coming to take oil from my land. I live there. Whether it is newly cultivated crops or ripe for harvest, you don't care. Or whether where I bury my father, you just take license from London, you have finished taking tea and pay. You just come there with soldiers and bulldoze the way. Community people must be involved in every facet of discussion. And on divestment, I would like them to reverse everything that they have done, because there are damages to be remedied in the communities.
Yeah, I just want to, hello? I just want to briefly respond to some of the questions, and I won't take more than 1 minute or two. Somebody asked about the disparity between the governance of in oil and gas and that of solid minerals. This is a very germane question, and if we are all in the news, there was a time that I think Senator Adams Oshiomhole said much about this matter on the floor of the Senate, that why are the people in oil and gas being branded and being policed and forced to surrender their resources? Why those in the mining sector, they are given free hand to control their minerals? I think this is one of the things that we need to drive. It's not a question for these panelists to answer, but it is for all of us to make. This is what have been our agitation in this. Those of us who are operators in the mining sector, that why must the state government be clamping down on us when they go to Abuja every month to share revenue from oil and gas? They want to be controlled down solid minerals. This imbalance should be corrected, but it is not for us here. It's for all of us as Nigerians. Number two, this is of PAGMI. Unfortunately, those people are supposed to answer about PAGMA are not on seat. But I know PAGMA is domiciled in one of the agencies of the ministry. That is Solid Mineral Development Fund. But the question we should ask, sometimes ago somebody asked, what is our gold reserve? The CBN said they don't have anything they are reserved as gold reserve. Whereas during Buhari's time, PAGMA presented gold bars. During Tinubu's time, PAGMA presented gold bars. Where are those gold bars? Are they private gold bars? Why are they not in our kitty, in our reserve? There's some political thing about this that maybe we cannot be able to answer here. And National State government, I'm not speaking for National State, they don't pay me to campaign for them. But whenever you see any governor doing something right, you need to talk about it. During Fayemi's time as minister, some state government were agitating that didn't have a say in what happens in the environment. Femi gave them advice. He said, go and invest in mining. You can invest in the downstream. And that's what National State government is doing. I think the money, I'm not sure, I think the money you are talking about now is maybe the equity share to partnership they have with some companies to process the minerals in that state. So that's much I can answer. And there's some other states like that also that do similar things. Thank you very much.
All right, for me, my final word is very simple. Oil company, I've just heard big things here, but already is ongoing in our communities. Please, divestment is not accepted. It is already happening, but if all the processes should be reversed, they need to involve the community people, especially the women, in all of the processes, and compensation must be duly paid to the community people, and our lands must be remediated. That is my final word.
Okay, thank you very much. My final word will be just to an admonishment. For me, there's enough blame to go around. Along the line, there's enough to go around. Everybody, community, operators, governments, everybody, one way or the other, there's enough to go around. However, when the oil or the mineral finally dries up, the only thing that will be left with is our environment. What state do we want the environment to be when these things eventually dry up? Thank you.
Okay, my final word is that if the law is being amended and the state government is involved, we will make an impact because we are closer to the host community and also closer to the oil and gas company operating in our state. Thank you.
Actually, my final word is a word of encouragement to the ministry, especially Dr. Okonu and Mrs. Patty and Mr. Bitrus from the state government. Actually, they are doing a wonderful job, especially in my own community. They should keep the tempo moving because actually what is happening in my community is something. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So from me, please, as we wind up, thank you very much to my panelists and to the audience for engaging in this session. But my final word is, can we please go to the NUPRC website? Madam Victoria, you're distracting my panel. Can we please go to the NUPRC website and download the environmental remediation regulations? Please go to part 3 that titled Environmental Management and Rehabilitation, and you will see where we ought to lay our blames. I'm not trying to hold forth for the companies, but you know, when your own father or your own mother shirks in her responsibility, do you go holding the outsider responsible? So we should look at that and then clearly form a strategy that will help us engage and advocate for better management in terms of, you know, the divestment of the oil and gas assets in our host communities.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Mrs. Obegeli Honora, Director Communications and Stakeholder Management, NED. Please, a round of applause for her and the panel. Please quickly take your group photograph so the next panel can come up. Please, can you take your group photograph? All right, another round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully in the next 1 hour or less than, we should be out of here, go for lunch and wrap it all up. So for the next panel, the last panel for the day, we want to call on Tija Bolton, Executive Director, Policy Alert, Akwa Ibom State. A round of applause for Tija. Where is he? I saw him standing here now. Okay, a round of applause for Tija as he's coming up, and he's going to announce his panelists and we'll take it from there. Tija, you're taking from your time. Oh. All right, a round of applause for him. Thank you.
Please help your panelists to go straight to the point and be brief. Our time is already far gone. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, I think I should just take my seat. So I'll just cut to the chase. We have this panel here that will be looking at the issues we've been discussing from yesterday from a sub-regional lens. And I'm delighted to invite as my first panelist, Dr. Steve Manteau. Dr. Steve is on the board of the Ghana Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, GAITI. Please put your hands together for him. Dr. Steve Akwaba. Next, I would like to make welcome Vincent Egoro, who is the Senior Regional Coordinator for Anglophone Africa for Publish What You Pay campaign. Please let's make Vincent welcome. I'm also delighted to welcome to the panel Mrs. Ivara Caroline Elemi from Cross River State, my in-law actually. Yes. So if I didn't invite her, she would take back her sister. All right. Welcome. And then we also have the pleasure of inviting my senior brother, High Chief William Smkpa from Ibno to be part of the panel. Please put your hands together for High Chief William Smkpa. And the last but not least is our sister and our caterpillar of mobilization in gender and extractives in the Niger Delta, no other person but Dr. M.M. Okon, Executive Director of Quebec Kache Women Development and Resource Center. She will be joining us virtually for this session. Please let's clap for her. All right. So thank you very much. The issues we've been discussing are like, we need an eye to a broader regional lens to understand what these issues really look like when you step outside the shores of Nigeria. And if there can be any lessons that we could copy and paste, as it were, from other countries. Yes, contexts differ, but several of these concerns and dimensions play out in similar ways. So I would come to you first, Dr. Steve Manteau. I've known you in your roles in extractive sector advocacy. You've played roles on both sides of the divide. You've been a very strong voice on the demand side. And you're playing very important roles right now for several years now, I'm sure, in the Ghana EITI. Is there something you think, you also have been very regular in Nigeria, so you understand our issues. Is there something you think Ghana is doing that Nigeria isn't doing? What do you think we can learn from your experience? And before I give you the mic, before I hand you the mic, I need to preface this by saying that 15, 13 years ago, we would come to Ghana and have conversations, conferences like this about how Ghana needs not to repeat the mistakes of Nigeria. Do you think that you took that advice? And if so, how can we reverse that advice at this time?
Thank you, Tijan, and warm greetings from Ghana. As we say in Ghana, God is a Ghanaian, And so he allowed Nigeria to discover oil first so we can learn from your mistakes. And this is exactly what we try to do, even though I wouldn't say we've gotten everything right. Yesterday, there was some information that was put out about benefit sharing in Ghana. And I would first want to take this opportunity to clarify it. The information was that communities are entitled to 1% of the revenues from our mineral sector. That is not entirely accurate. Traditionally, our laws mandate that 20% of royalties collected by the state is put into a fund called the Mineral Development Fund. 14% of it is distributed to host communities through state institutional arrangements. When you talk about 1%, when going to communities, 1%, when going to, it struck me that the reference is to corporate social responsibility. Companies in Ghana were constructing schools, hospitals as part of their corporate social responsibility. But oftentimes these projects did not align with the developmental aspirations of their host communities. So in response to public agitation and advocacy for change, the company started setting up development foundations. And for a company like Newmont Ghana, it contributes $1 per every ounce of gold it produces into its foundation for the benefit of host communities. And in addition, it contributes 1% of its net profit to the same foundation. We have gold fields that contributes $2 per ounce of every gold produced in support of its host communities. These are additional to what the communities receive from the government. And so that extension ought to be made. Now, I see a lot of conversations around the environmental remediation and how it's done in this part of the world. We do have some lessons to share in this regard. We discovered that a lot of the times the companies will hurriedly extract the resource and abandon the communities with very terrible environmental carnage. And so the government decided that every company operating in both the mining and the oil sector will post what we call reclamation bond. These are monies that are put in escrow account. And the companies are encouraged to remediate as they go along. They do not wait till they complete the extraction before they begin the remediation. So as they remediate, they now draw down on the bond that has been posted into the escrow account. And I think if this is not what is done here, then it could be one lesson for Nigeria to consider. A third one that I want to also, something that I heard in the conversations earlier, has to do with critical minerals and divestments. Let us not be deluded into thinking that things will get better as we move into extraction of critical minerals. In fact, the situation may even be worse in terms of the environmental damage. Look, we've come to this situation as a result of global warming. And we think that fossil fuels account for a greater portion of the contributive factors to the global warming. So we want to move to what? Renewables. Minerals. And I think here again, I get a sense that you define your green minerals very thoroughly. And I keep hearing minerals. So you need green minerals for what generation? And so in the context of Ghana, we are talking about silica sand, which we have in abundance and which constitute the raw material for solar panels. Okay, Then we're also talking about transmission lines. So you need bauxite to be converted into alumina, and then do your aluminum poles that will carry the power. We talk about transformers. So you need iron. First, you take your steel, blend with manganese to generate iron to do your transformers. So for a country like Nigeria, and I know you are well endowed in minerals, you need to broaden your scope of your definition of green minerals and map out those that you are endowed in and develop a special policy around them. So Ghana has developed its own critical minerals policy. We are not treating our green minerals in a business as usual manner. And so there's a way in which, when we get to the negotiation table, we emphasize value addition.
Thank you so much, Dr. Steve. I'll still come back to you. Very critical points you raised about the beginning from the last, the narrow definition of our critical minerals down in these parts, and then the need to remediate as you go along the way you're doing in Ghana, and also the correction of an impression that was created yesterday on the actual percentages that go into the beneficiation mechanism in your country. I think there's a lot to learn there, but I'll move now to you, Vincent. You have played very key roles on the demand side in engaging with the extractive sector across the region. Specifically, you started in West Africa, and now you've broadened your scope to the entire Anglophone Africa. And given that, I think that you may have come across certain challenges and also opportunities on how we can move the engagement on divestments, exit protocols for extractive companies beyond single country conversations. How can we take to the regional level?
Thank you so much. I think this is a very important conversation that we're having, and throughout yesterday, we've been saying about how pained a lot of people are, especially hearing from the communities. So divestment without justice is a regional crisis in the making. And this is not something that is only unique to Nigeria. In Ghana, we're seeing Jubilee oil fields are being scaled down, okay? And then we also have in Sierra Leone and in Liberia, where we're actually mining. And we've also seen mining companies also exit. And we've seen those mining pits being death traps, and we see community members affected by them. So one of the things that we are seeing is that divestment is happening without regionally agreed standards. And we are allowing companies to live on their own terms. The companies leave and decide when they want to leave, and they make the terms for them to walk away clean, and our communities remain polluted and unremediated spaces. So that's the problem that we're seeing across West Africa. It's not just a Nigerian thing, but it's more pronounced in Nigeria because of the oil. And the way forward is we need to have a West African protocol on divestment. And this is a role that the ECOWAS as a convener needs to come in. The ECOWAS needs to have a protocol on divestment, because while pollution may happen at the border of a particular country, the impact transcends borders. So if you spill oil in the Niger Delta waters, we have the same rain across West Africa, we have the same rivers across West Africa. So most of the problems will still be occurring in other countries, whereas it started here. And most times we celebrate that our countries say, look, we have foreign direct investments coming, and we celebrate that. But the thing with companies is they flock to weak jurisdictions in places where they know that they can do things and get away with it. So it's something for us to really look at
coming together as a region to have a regional protocol in line with the African mining vision that's already established. So having fragments, everybody doing their own law is not going to help us in any way, because the companies will keep exploiting the weaknesses in our laws to take advantage of us and keep moving to countries where these things are weak. So there have to be regional principles for how to exit, so that if you exit Nigeria and go to Ghana, you will be expected to pay for the crimes that that you have committed. So these principles are not just for to prevent environmental jumping, but to ensure that there are some obligations that survive beyond divestment. So we can't say that because a company has left, then they should not be held responsible for the damages that they have carried out while they were still there. And these loopholes is while Oguniland is still crawling, while the cleanup is not taking place. So that's something that we need to have. We are missing that framework.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll come back to you again on this. Thank you so much. I especially like the fact that you mentioned the issue of leakages, across regions to places where jurisdictions that have weaker regulations. And that's actually a risk that we bear in Nigeria. We'll talk about that some more, but let me come to you, Ivara, Mrs. Ivara, and let's hear from you what you think, from what you've heard Dr. Steve say about the experiences in Ghana, and given your experience too in civil society advocacy and especially working with women's groups, what are the areas you think we really need to learn from other countries along the West African region? What are the areas in terms of things we need to put in place for divestments to be fair, sustainable, and just? Things we need to put in place for our mining sector to be operated in a way that adds more value to the communities and to the country of origin of these minerals?
Thank you very much. You've already emphasized on the reason why we need improvements in the system. I want to share a little experience before I point out the things I need to say here. If you look at me very well, I'm grieving already because the extractives that we have in our areas are being manipulated by government agencies and representatives. If you ask me to explain, I'll just tell you that last year in October and November, someone from Nasarawa State visited Cross River State, Yakro local government precisely, and Agoy Ekpo precisely, and there gold was discovered there by the Nasarawa State guy. And because of this discovery in Cross River State, a lot of things has happened in that mining site. When we went to interrogate the representatives of the company that were there, they told us that it is being owned by the Senate president. Sorry that I have to mention that. So once you want to start intervention in processes, you don't know which channel to start your intervention with. You are intimidated and frightened because you can no longer present your problems the way it is in the community. And then we know what this mining extraction can do to people living around there. The major occupation of Cross Riverians is farming. And when you're mining and destroying the soil for the people who are there and they cannot cry out well, it pains us. Well, during our intervention, we also incorporated the Ministry of Health, and then they were able to assist by bringing out a document that we took to the governor's office. Then the governor was on leave and his deputy took the challenge. And then I will assure you that mining over there has been suspended for now because we have plans and strategies. If you don't listen to us, you will not continue. The road is just blocked and monitored. And then another thing that killed us the most is that the paramount ruler for Yakko local government, instead of appointing the major task force chairman from that area to oversee the affairs, he took from the urban area, which is Sugep, and this person is not feeling the impact of what is happening to people around there. So most times we feel really afraid. But since we are talking cooperation and emulating what the other countries do. We already have their policies. We have copied the policies. It is implementation that we lack the strength to implement. So at this point, I will always say that since cooperation is part of our negotiation now, I want us to link, I'm saying that we can link up with the government agencies for these different sectors to help us and assist us minimize the harm that will be caused to us in those soils. The reason why it is relaxed now is not only because of the intervention, because rain is taking over. You know, when it gets to dry season now, you will see them returning again and we'll keep crying. And then they will be giving us deaf ears instead of responses from those corners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I recall a few months ago, traveling through that community, I saw more than 1,500 young people with pickaxes and spades, you know, moving around. It was terrible. Yeah. All right, thank you. I will come to you now, Dr. Ngba. Hi, Chief. It's time for me to, for us to hear from you. You will heard from Steve, you heard from Vincent about some of the regional models. What do you think is missing in terms of correcting some of the adverse experiences you've shared with us earlier today at the regional level? So what can be done at the regional level to correct some of those things you had earlier shared?
Thank you for having me. My take is in this issue is that yes, Nigeria enjoys good bilateral relationship with Ghana, among other countries in West Africa. But our government policies and go-getter differs a lot. You can imagine that in a country like Nigeria, virtually decisions, not that our policies are really bad, but we suffered implementation problem. Whereas in Ghana, the reverse is the case. And again, you see Ghana policies regarding host communities focuses on ensuring the equitable distribution of benefits and minimizing negative impacts from extractive industry and other development projects. These policies aim to foster sustainable development and positive relationship between companies. Whereas it's just yesterday that we in the Niger Delta has been able to push our country, our legislators, to come up with the PIA, where we now begin to experience the Ghana experience. So I am thinking that our legal framework should pop up their effort and ensure that our extractive industries, you know, give in the more to the welfare of the community than that of their own. In Nigeria, the companies tend to concentrate and give more attention to making more profit in their business and ensuring that, and looking down at the communities. Whereas in Ghana, government make concerted efforts, deliberate effort at protecting the communities and also ensuring that even the company also grow in their efforts, you know, giving that both parties enjoy equitable support and encouragement in the ease of doing business. The case is the difference in our country. That's my observation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Hi Chief Ngba. I would now be moving online to join Okon. Dr. you're welcome to the program. If you can hear us, just make a sound.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Clearly. Much.
All right, okay.
Much.
Thank you. All right, okay.
Oh, I can hear your voice again. No? After saying I can hear you clearly.
Technical team, please, can we do something? Can we do something? Can we do something? Can we do something?
It's echoing.
All right. Still having a still. Hello, MM. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh, beautiful. So,
It's
from
much
your
better.
experience, what are the two biggest issues you'd like to share with this audience concerning how divestments can become a proactive tool for protecting communities instead of an afterthought? So we find that most of the time we get the incidents already happening, the crime has been committed, the criminal has escaped the crime scene before any conversation is being done about this. So what have you noticed across the region in your engagements, and how do you think we can protect that process from being something that is an afterthought and already harms communities before we get into the engagement?
Yeah, when we talk about divestment, the campaign over the years have been that oil corporations should divest from fossil fuel extraction. So when we take the issue of abandoning the communities and moving on to offshore activities, and we call it divestment, there is a misunderstanding that this divestment is what communities and civil society have been advocating for over the years. So you will hear some people say, you did not want the companies, now the companies are leaving, and you're saying they should not leave. What should happen is that if you are moving, you should consult with the community and discuss the terms of moving out of the communities and moving on to offshore activities. But in a situation where major oil corporations just sell off their assets to local corporations and saying, we don't want to engage with these facilities anymore. Some other persons are taking over and we want to go and operate somewhere else. That does not sound responsible. That is not responsible. So communities who have been engaging with the corporation suddenly realizes that the company has moved and another company has taken over. And then it is also tricky. It's a change of names. The officials are still there. The facilities are still there. The individuals you were engaging with before are still there. But then you are told that Shell is no longer there, they have moved. ExxonMobil is no longer there, they have sold to another company. So it's unsettling, it destabilizes the communities, and it creates the impression that the company that answered the previous name does not take their host community seriously and do not appreciate the concerns and their needs, because they live without any plan of saying, okay, you were doing this with us, but now we are still there, but we are no longer there as Shell, we are there as Renaissance. And then you find it difficult to know how to engage with the same individual in the same location, but with a different name. It's like me coming up to say, my name is no longer Dr. Imem. Right now, I am answering Angela, and my organization is no longer Kebet Kase. It makes somebody confused on how to engage with you. Okay, while you were answering Shell, while you were answering Ajib, or while you were answering ExxonMobil, a lot of things had happened within the period you were engaging with the communities. And now your name has changed, though individuals are still there. Who takes responsibility of the damages and the liabilities that are there? How do we begin to change the relationship? So the process is entirely bad. I don't even see how it can become a, what did you call it, proactive, or a tool for what? But what I'm looking at is, if we have to do a cross-border learning, my question is, how do we strengthen local governance? How do we ensure community participation in the resource management? How do we manage the relationship to address issues of inequalities and the injustice that communities have experienced over the years? Let us also look at the processes of the social responsibility. Learning from what our brother from Ghana has said, I will want to ask, how are their own measures being implemented? We have had the Global Memorandum of Understanding. We are now implementing the Host Community Development Trust. Yes, some trusts have been established. Some of them, funds have been disbursed to them, but also many of the trusts under some certain corporations have been established, but money has not been disbursed to them. And how is this trust going to engage with their communities? There is a lot to learn from here. Communities often complain about lack of employment for indigenes. Our brothers from other countries, are they also experiencing the same thing? How are those processes of local content being managed? So we look
Thank
at the
you so much, Dr.
across
Emem.
the region and see which one is best for us to adopt. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Emem. I know if I leave you, you go on and on. These are issues you're very passionate about. But you've raised some very fundamental questions. And even though we do not have as much time, I would like, while we are addressing the issues on regional solidarity, to just touch, if you would like to, any of those points that MM has raised in terms of what would regional solidarity actually look like? What are the things we need to do? 1, 2, 3 things we need to do now to strengthen cross-border learning on the issue of transitions, divestments, and sustainable mining in the West African sub-region. So I would like to begin with you, Vincent, since you have the mic.
Thank you so much. It's about the path of nationalization that most of us are taking that we're not willing to want to learn. So every country is setting its own different rules, and we're seeing companies practice regulatory arbitrage. But in 2009, ECOWAS set up what they call the ECOWAS Model Mining Code. And then there is also the ECOWAS Environmental Policy since 2008. And they are being treated as optional by the countries in the West African sub-region. And then there is also, I encourage every one of us to study the African mining vision. It's a wonderful tool that can be used to solve all these problems that we're having. And it calls for policy alignment. What we need is to have very urgently a West African governance compact, not to duplicate or trample on national sovereignty in any way, but to take advantage of the collective leverage that we have as a sub-region. Because it's the same way why civil society should enter coalitions. Because alone, you're just a lone voice. But coming together, the companies need to know that you cannot come to Nigeria and run to Ghana, that we can still try you with the same laws, when you get to Ghana. It's why the EU has an advantage because of that regional bloc.
Absolutely fantastic point. Thank you so much. Dr. Steve, what would regional solidarity look like?
I'm struggling to understand the nature of the problem that Nigeria faces because we don't have that problem. And like, I'm not sure, is it a case of gaps in the law or weak enforcement or both? I think we need to be very clear on that. The African mining vision that Vincent refers to is very clear on these matters. It refers to them as post-mining, what you call mine closure arrangements. And at the West African level, ECOWAS is supposed to oversee the implementation of the vision. And so ECOWAS has gone out of its way to develop a harmonized code. And the guide should be the African mining vision so that we'll be on the same page. So I'm struggling. And Ghana, what we did was that if you are a company coming to operate in our territory, first thing you undertake your environmental impact assessment. You subject it to a public hearing, and the committee to be impacted must give their seal of approval before you can go ahead. So if you submit your environmental impact statement to a public hearing, let's say in Uyo, and the citizens of Uyo says, no, we are not happy about your remediation program, nobody, no authority in Ghana will give you the permit to go ahead and mine or extract oil. The citizens must approve first. And so I'm not too sure how come. So for instance, we have a major mine operated by Newmont in a place called Achim. That mine project was delayed for 7 years because for all that period, the community people withheld their consent. It was after the community agreed about how the negative impacts are going to be addressed that the government gave the approval for the mine project to go ahead. So I think we need to be very clear. If it's a matter of gap in the Nigerian laws, then African mining vision becomes the reference point to try to domesticate the provisions in your local laws. If it's lack of enforcement, no, of course, then you need to build the institutional capacity to be able to enforce the laws. There should be no way in which a company operates, takes all the resources from the ground before you come to talk about remediation. Okay, remediation should go along with the extraction. So by the time he's done, he has very little left to remediate. And there is a bond that is posted in an escrow account that in the event that the company fails to remediate, that money can be resorted to deal with the mess.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So Dr. Nkwa, if there is one thing you would like to learn from other community actors who are experiencing these kinds of things in other West African countries, what would it be?
My take here is that the point of meeting between Ghana and Nigeria is the ECOWAS. Other than that, I think we do not have any business to do with each other. And if ECOWAS is the melting point, I observed a few months ago, Nigerian legislators were at Cote d'Ivoire. They had a meeting, exchanging opinions and views about their legislative framework. And some time ago, I also watched the ECOWAS military regional meeting on air in television. And I find out that truly ECOWAS is the melting point, ensuring that whatever bothers me bothers the other country. That brings to bear that given ECOWAS as a melting point, all the necessary things that bothers Nigerians must have been shared on that table with the other country. And it's the point of an enforcement that I am looking at right away, that irrespective of how good our legal framework will be, irrespective of how good the policies in Ghana will be, if both countries do not enforce their laws, then what we are sitting here to discuss would maybe a mere academic works. So at the point of ECOWAS, if we can agree that we both enforces our laws together as a regional partner, then the results will be positive for all countries concerned.
Thank you so much. So I will pause here. I'll come back to you and MM in a couple of minutes, but in the next 2 minutes, I would like to hear from two persons in the audience, one on this row and one on this row. Let's hear from, do I see a hand at the rear? Okay, Mrs. Oko and Dr. Dieta, please, you have 30 seconds each. Please.
My question is directed to the person from Getty and from the Publish What You Pay. Just two questions. The African Mining Vision is supposed to, we have two things that connect us apart from the ecosystem. The African Mining Vision is supposed to be domesticated within Africa. And we've been trying to evaluate the effect of the African Mining Vision in Nigeria performances. Challenges in terms of there's some laws needs to be harmonized and so many things to be done. What is the Ghana experience in terms of domesticating the African Mining Vision and then the protocol for the ECOWAS protocol on the mining itself? It said from both perspectives, because of Publish What You Pay has a regional perspective and EITI perspective. How can we enhance that? Because for Ghana, you have experience in the mining sector more than us in Nigeria, and whether we like it or not, you took experience from us from the oil and gas. You said you want to see how our mistakes. We also know your mistakes in the mining sector because we have been to Newmont and I've seen the Galamsey movement and I've seen everything. We know that there's a problem there also. So how can we, especially has to do with communities?
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, the mic over here, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine would be maybe like a form of, well, let's say a suggestion rather than a question. We've talked so much about the West African Mining Code and that was enacted in 2019. And I know there is this West African Mining Directives that was before now, that was in 2009. And I believe, you know, we've had so many things that tie us together beyond just the fact that we're in West Africa, between Ghana and Nigeria. You know, as it were, I'm just suggesting if we can have something that is already at play when as it regards to business and human rights, there's always an African forum that we meet to have what we call peer review within the African sub-region, you know, and then the West African sub-region to learn from one another best practices. And then there is this EU directive that has to do with extractives and which is very comprehensive, if we can borrow some things out of it. Because in that directive, you discover that if it has been discovered that in the course of your extracting down your supply chain, you violated human rights, your goods, your gold, or whatever it is you are selling will not be exported. So when people begin to understand that there are consequences attached to violation of human rights in your operations, you know that you're also risking your own business. So I think by the time we marry all of these frameworks, we'll be able to at least articulate what works best in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those elegant suggestions. So I'll come back to the panelists, but the way we're going to do it is I'll allow Dr. Ememokon and Caroline to take the conclusion points, you know, in 30 seconds. But Dr. Steve and Vincent, can you respond to the question that was thrown by Dr. Dieta Bassi? Or maybe Dr. Steve.
Right. I think the African Mining Vision enjoins all African countries to align their mineral and oil and gas governance framework with the precepts outlined in the vision. Now, for us as Ghana, what we've done was first to undertake what we call a gap analysis between what the African mining vision dictates that we do and where we are currently. And this was done in 2015. And incidentally, it was sponsored by the UNDP, and I happened to have been the lead consultant. So we identified the gaps and developed a roadmap to aligning our governance framework with the dictates of the African mining vision. Then just recently, we discovered lithium, and we decided that we'll upgrade our governance framework for minerals and create a segment specially for critical minerals. So we developed a critical mineral policy. Now, you agree with me, the only way you can actualize the objectives of a policy is through legislation. So that meant that we have to take another look at our Minerals and Mining Act. So as I speak, our Minerals and Mining Act is under review, taking into account the policy objectives of our critical minerals policy, so we can incorporate that into legislation. So we need to continue examining our policies and laws as the context changes. You cannot have a law that is as old as decades, because the terrain keeps changing and you need to be dynamic and also amend your governance framework to keep pace with the changes in the sector.
Thank you so much. Very good point.
Thank you. So just to answer that from the civil society perspective, it would be that the EITI process should be aligned. And Liberia did theirs by aligning the AMV through the EITI process in the country. And I would say that NED and the Minister of Solid Minerals have a role to play in the country now to adopt the AMV-aligned reforms, because we have an opportunity for us in Nigeria, since the act itself is undergoing revision. And one of the things that we can do is to begin to seek support from the African Mineral Development Center. So I interact with them a lot. And one thing I know is that they complain that whereas they have the capacity to do it, countries do not go to them to support them. So they are open and willing to help countries to be able to align and to conduct this gap analysis that Dr. Steve talked about has been done in Ghana. So we can start by doing that and also conducting our own gap analysis and taking advantage of the EITI process to be able to align our standards to that. Thank you.
Fantastic. I will now come to you, Dr. MM and Caroline Ivara, to give us your closing words in just 30 seconds to 45 seconds. Dr. MM, please.
My closing words, still in line with the previous question that you asked me and what has been discussed, is that issues of community participation is paramount. I work with local communities, I work with women, and when we discuss natural resource management, communities and women are looking at human rights violations, environmental degradation, and also benefits that go to them. So these processes, they have to translate to these expectations by the local communities. If they don't translate to meeting these concerns and expectations by local communities, it will look like nothing has been done, or that even the African mining visions and other regulations are not achieving anything. So we look at these frameworks at the regional level, at the national level, and we ensure how these frameworks can be localized and transformed into the expected changes by the communities. That's what I would say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caroline.
Thank you so much, sir. I will finalize by saying that this has to do with community cooperation. If the community is united, there are things you can enforce and it will work. Certain instances with the fact that there is an MOU waiting at the Palace of the Clans Council of Chief Head in Agoy Ekpo. Anytime you enter there with this intention of mining, you will see the document. Initially, the MOU was already prepared and the parties signed. But I came and suggested in our forum, in our meeting, that there are two things left. One, training people who should be mining technicians in the community, and two, bringing down to the community a workshop where they should be educated about what mining is and tell them the importance and then the disadvantages of mining. So that is the one that is still pending till now. So if you are united in your community, you can be able to help bring in the system and also negotiate with the government to bring in good policies that will work in these places. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Caroline, and thank you so much, my panelists. We have seen clearly that the issues around community participation, benefit sharing, protection from human rights and environmental rights violations, and all these other issues, and even economic value addition are similar. Just like we have them in Nigeria, we also have them in other African countries. And the solution is that there has to be a level of regional solidarity. We have to interrogate these issues with a regional lens and also forge solutions with that kind of regional solidarity. So thank you so much, my panelists, and thank you so much for being an engaging audience.
Thank you so much, Mr. TJ. Please can we have a bigger round of applause for them, for Mr. TJ and his wonderful panelists as they come together for a group photograph.
Will you take my photo?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great delight that I announce that several opening statements, a special presentation, and 6 panel sessions later, we've come to the penultimate segment of the National Extractives Dialogue 2025. Right now, we're going to be heading into the closing statement session. We're going to be having the partner organizations and the host of this event give us their final thoughts, their reflections, and their perspectives on how we can actually take the words, what we've learned from this event, to chart a roadmap for governance reform and regional collaboration. But before we head into that, I'd like to quickly announce that we have an evaluation form that we'd love for you to fill. We kindly urge you to fill it. If you look at the last page of your agenda, there's a barcode right there for you to fill. And there's a very short and incredibly short evaluation form that we kindly urge everyone in this room to fill. We want to know your thoughts, your feedback. How was this event? How did the 2 days go? What did you enjoy? What do you have to say? We are open to your constructive feedback. So please feel free. Scan the code and fill the evaluation form. Then if you know that you do not have an agenda, you can signify. My colleagues are in the room. They will pass the hard copy of the evaluation form to you. So please just signify now so you can fill the evaluation form. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage, as we are filling the evaluation forms, please help me welcome to the stage for our closing statement, the Executive Director of Spaces for Change West Africa, the wonderful, delectable, ravishing Victoria Ibezim Ohere. Please, a bigger round of applause. Come on. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Even the high sounds so sleepy. Hello. Okay. I wanted to be sure that the energy level is still remaining. I would not say it's high. I want to be sure it's remaining. Somebody said small. Is the energy level very small? Hello. It is small indeed. So I am really happy to be asked again to come back here to reflect on as we wind down on NED 2025. And the last 2 days have been very eye-opening, especially the last session, you know, when they were discussing the African mining vision. I just remember the African mining vision and the provisions. Several times I've read through that document and some of the ideas. And one of the strong reflection emerging from there is that we are not really, there's no shortage of solutions. The solutions are not actually new. The solutions have been proposed even a long time before now. So the question is, how much are we using the ideas we have already laid on the table? How much are governments using those ideas? How much is the civil society leveraging on existing knowledge, ideas, recommendations, solutions to push for accountability and for reforms? That is one of the things that, because I wouldn't want us to keep proposing new things. Every conversation, every event, you propose new ideas, new this, new mechanism, new agency, new, you know, can we either strengthen the existing ones or how can we leverage the existing ones, make things better? I think that is for me one of the important things. The second important thing I would like to mention is what Vincent talked about, like regional principles on how to exit and how that can become like a solidarity mechanism for Africa. If they're leaving Nigeria and say they want to go to another country with weaker legal jurisdiction, when they go there, they will meet the same challenges. For instance, if they go to Guinea or they go to Trinidad and Tobago, somebody will now say to them, go back to Nigeria and clean up and then come here. If you haven't cleaned up there, you can't operate here. If African countries had that sort of uniform code, I don't think companies would be doing what they are doing. They are doing it because they have free ingress and egress out of many countries. And I think the clamor for regional solidarity is important. The last thing I would like to say is a response to what Obi said when she was demanding for more female voices. I don't know whether you noticed that all the panels, except the last one, the panels were female-led. Did anybody notice that? So please, that was intentional. We didn't want women to participate. Recently, we're being supported by Ford on a new project called Centering Gender in the Extractive Industries Initiative. And the essence is not to make women as participants, but women to become even leaders. So it was intentional to have women moderate all the panels, to lead, to drive the conversation. Because sometimes having a woman as a panel is something we do now to check the box. We have checked the panel and there is a woman there. It's not supposed to fulfill all righteousness. The essence of having a woman is to ensure that she has power and she can exercise that power for the benefit of both sexes, both men and women. And that is what we have tried to do. I don't think it is perfect yet, but I think that we have started something and we are going to keep making it better because we are still going through that process and we're still learning and applying the lessons learned. I would like to close by thanking all our partners, NED, Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, the Federal Ministry of Mines and Solid Minerals, and NOSTRAL, National Oil Spills Detection and Response Agency. I think our collaboration is getting sweeter. A lot of groups are finding it difficult to collaborate. But I noticed that NED is one activity that thrives on collaboration. And sometimes people always ask us, how do you always do this? And the reason why we do this is that we rotate ideas, locations, topics. Last year, it was Nostra leading with topic. The topic, the theme, the agenda, everything Nostra led. This year, Federal Ministry of Mines and solid minerals. It's also played a lot of group together with NED. So next year, we rotate it again. We are happy rotating power, sharing resources, and that is what is making NED thrive. And that answers your question, hi Chief Mpa, when you are saying, how do you gather all these people? It's because of the collaborative fireworks that is happening. So everybody, you bring your stakeholder, I bring my own, you bring your own, you bring your own. When you add all the ingredients, it becomes sweet. So thank you, our partners. And next year, in your evaluation fund, you can also tell us where you would like NED 2026 to hold, because it looks like we have gone everywhere we're supposed to go, except the north. So next year, we might be going maybe to Nasarawa, because the representative from Nasarawa has given us a very nice picture of what's going on in Nasarawa. So we can go and see for ourselves. Do we agree? So Nasarawa, please get ready to host us maybe next year. So on that note, I will invite Obi to come and join me in sharing her closing talks. Thank you for attending NED 2025.
NED 2025. Finally, we're here. I'm very excited. I thought my ears would be here to give this closing remarks. For us at NED has come to stay. We are supporting the National Extractives Dialogue for the long haul. We're not going anywhere. Yesterday, my ES left thought-provoking questions during his speech, and he asked me to remind us of those questions. The first was, will divestment leave behind environmental and social liabilities? The second is, will critical minerals be rich in revenue but poor in justice? And then the third one, will host communities be empowered or excluded? And so as we round up NED 2025, these are questions that we should be taking back as part of the conversations that we've had here. In the course of divestment, in the course of the race for critical minerals, and in the course of amplifying the voices of our host communities, are they going to be excluded or are they going to be empowered? Are we going to be having justice for host communities, or are we just going to go pillage the communities and move away with their resources? These are very thought-provoking questions. So we also propose 3 pillars, that's NED, to set this agenda. One of which is that we're going to provide data that will govern Nigeria's extractive sector. And we're using our data center as the engine for this transformation. So it's going to be public, it's going to be accessible. If you want information on Nigeria's extractive sector, NED's data center is that engine for that transformation. The second is the dialogue for inclusion. And that's why we've been partnering with NED and we'll continue to partner with NED. But we're also saying that NED has and must continue to elevate the voices of local communities, because that is the essence of the EITI, that natural resources must benefit the people. It is, for us in Nigeria, it is in the domain of our government, sovereign government. However, the benefits should go to the people. And then finally, NED must produce outcomes and not just reports and communicate. When we had NED the first time, Victoria, there were commitments that we made concerning the outcome of NED. And that was that we're going to look at the issues that were thrown up at NED and find a way to use them to drive advocacy for reforms in the sector. So that by the time we come to NED the next year, we'll have something to report on the progress we've made based on the issues that were thrown up at the conference. Dr. Oji is saying this is the time for us to begin to do that. And so when we come to NED 2026, we want to see a report on how far we've gone. So if we talked about divestment and engagement with the companies or engagement with government, what has changed? There should be a report on the progress made to bring about solutions to the issues that have bedeviled the sector. So NED can support Nigeria's extractive sector legacy for generations yet to come. And NED will continue to support this initiative and amplify our voices, particularly from the host communities, from governments, and even from the companies. I have Lola there, we'll be sharing ideas on what we can do differently. So the idea is that as we're leaving this place, we're all going back to the drawing table to say, these are things that need to be done. I'm sure you heard Dr. Oji make that promise yesterday. And of course, when NED makes a promise, we follow through with those promises. Finally, and on behalf of the ES and the NED team, not just the ones here, I have Dr. Dito Bassi, the Director of Policy and Planning at NED. He's here, and a couple of other of my team. We want to say a very big thank you to Spaces for Change. You guys are amazing. I used to wonder how just a few number of people do so much work and the heavy lifting in terms of logistics to bring those people here. I know what it means. Sometimes for me, I don't want to hear any of those numbers, but they handle it so very, very well. Thank you very much. And then thank you for providing the platform for us to have this conversation at this time in our national psych. We need it, don't we? We need this platform, and it must be sustained. I also want to say thank you to Nasra. I made very, Mrs. Adeshida, where is she? Oh, yeah. You know, in the course of NED, I've networked and I've met wonderful people. I've met sisters, I've met brothers, I've met fathers. Where is King Dakolo? He's not here. You know, even to say that I've had to go there to go and pick a wife, it tells you something. So NED is not just about coming to come and talk about your woes. Also come here to relax, enjoy yourself, make friends. Don't marry second wife or third wife. One is enough trouble already. And then the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development that I called upon, Madam Vivian, is she here? Last minute, and she answered me and then drove the process from the sector. Thank you very much. And of course, I won't forget Ford Foundation. We are here. NED always goes to exquisite locations. You are relaxed, no distractions. In fact, the network here, if you carried your MTN here, I'm sure you know it's not working, or Airtel or Glo, you have to use the hotel network. It tells you something. We want you to concentrate and we want to tease your brain. Give us ideas on how we can move this country forward. So thank you very much, Ford Foundation, for providing the, is it Malachi or Pepe that was used for logistics for this program. And to the rest of the participants, thank you for being wonderful listeners, wonderful participants, wonderful audience. See you again in 2026. Oh, sorry. You know, NED is a collaboration between 4 agencies, Spaces for Change, NED, NOSRA, and Ministry of Solid Minerals Development. So I want to most respectfully invite Dr. Adeshida to give the closing remarks on behalf of NOSRA.
Good afternoon again, everybody. Before I give a summary of my own thoughts of this 2-day workshop, I would like to sincerely thank each and every one of you. You have been wonderful participants. It's one thing to organize a program, it's another thing to have engaging conversations, which shows that people are not just listening, they're participating, they are thinking, and they're also trying to proffer solutions as the conversations go on. So thank you so much, everybody. On behalf of my agency, I think for me, some of the key takeaways we would like to look at is, there seems to be a need to review the existing regulatory framework. I will start with that. Some have to look at the robust regulations, the enforcement mechanisms as they are today. A very quick point to note is the PIA came into existence a couple of years ago. We've had a lot of conversations around seeming dissatisfaction about the PIA. I think it's time that somebody sponsors a bill so that this PIA can be looked at. These areas of concern can be put forward and let the National Assembly do its job. It won't be automatic. Somebody has to sponsor the bill. So it will be nice if next year we are looking at, oh, because of NED, a bill has been sponsored to review the PIA. It will really gladden the hearts of everybody here. We also look at the issue of continuously promoting transparency and accountability. We've looked at the advantages of deployment of technology. NED is talking about setting up a data center. We too have data that we can contribute, and the importance and the use of data analysis as we want to continue to promote transparency and accountability in the sector. We look fostering regional collaboration. We've seen Ghana, we've seen Uganda, we've spoken about the West African frameworks. So Nigeria needs to maybe take a look at it and see what we can pick from it and domesticate to improve on how we run the sector. Then supporting governance reform, advocating for policy reforms that prioritize environmental protection, social responsibility, and economic sustainability in the extractive sector. Empowering local communities, recognizing the critical role of host communities in the extractive industry, and ensuring that their voices are heard and concerns addressed. I want to think that because the solid minerals sector, at least in Nigeria, is being formalized much later than the oil and gas industry, we can see that some of these concerns are obviously being addressed. So there's a need to take some of this and bring them back to the initial extractive sector that started Nigeria off. I would like to conclude by emphasizing NOSDRA's commitment to working with stakeholders to implement the dialogues recommended and driving meaningful progress in the extractive industry. Thank you so much, everybody.
Hello. Hello. Okay, the energy has gone down completely that we can't answer. We've been sitting for so long. This is our way of wrapping up. Don't worry, food is served though, but let's just have a little fun. You're free to come and dance. You're free to come and spray. But when you're spraying, know how you're going to put it in an envelope and give them so that ESC will not come and catch you. All right, so we're free to shake our bodies, flex a little, dance, and just have fun. This is our way of wrapping up in Uyo NED 2025. Yes, you can come and dance. Please come and dance. Thank you so much. The dance continues, but that has brought us to the end of the National Extractive Dialogue 2025 with the theme Transitions in Divestments and Critical Minerals, Charting a Just Future for Nigeria's Extractive Sector. See you in 2026.
I'm not the only one who would never
A hot
understand.
DJ with the hottest tunes. Close your eyes and come along for the ride with DJ Boy 254.
There must be something going wrong. In every little thing you play your part, moving around and breaking my heart. And then they keep on denying.
Hello, please let's just try and comport ourselves so we can go round.